I'd like to call to order the Half Moon Bay City Council meeting for June 4th. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Here.
Councilmember Penrose?
Here.
Councilmember Reddick?
Here.
Vice Mayor Eisen?
Here.
Mayor Robeck?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for some.
Welcome, everybody. Beautiful weather today. I have a bunch of public forum comments. If you are interested in addressing the council on any matter that's not on the agenda, please submit your cards to our city clerk. Our first comment is from Steve Mahler, followed by Dan McMillan.
There you go. Okay, sorry. My name is Steve Mallor. I live at the corner of Poplar and Railroad. We've lived here for about 7 years, my wife and me. This morning, we were out for a walk with the dog on Poplar Beach and came across a bonfire that was still burning in a pit about as wide as this area in front of me right here. The fire was still actively burning. There were hundreds of bottles, many of them broken, a large can of lighter fluid. I have a photograph if any of you would like to see it. And this has become a regular thing at Poplar Beach. Granted, this is graduation time, and the kids will be kids argument is lovely. Everybody says it, but these are not kids being kids. These are kids being outlaws. They are littering the public beach. They're putting themselves and others at risk. And I'm not just talking about dogs who are sniffing around for treats. This is everybody. I nearly burned my feet going in trying to put out the fire. Thank you. So I won't belabor the point. I think we are hopefully all aware of the challenges. My very strong suggestion is, while budgets are being considered for the coming year, that there's many things that can be done to address the issues in the neighborhoods and litter and so on and so forth, but at the end of the day, we have alcohol ordinances, we have fire ordinances. These are laws that are on the books in Half Moon Bay, and there is no enforcement. However, the sheriffs did say that if I went to the bluff every night and looked down to see if there were bonfires and alcohol, and then turned around to call the sheriffs, they would come out. Now, what they do is they come out and they clear the parking lot. They don't go to the beach, and then I put myself at risk because being a member of the neighborhood, I could then be identified as the guy who's calling the sheriff all the time. I don't want to expose myself. I'm not a law enforcement professional. I don't want to endanger my family and my property by doing that. We have a systematic, regular problem which could be, in my mind, addressed in a very simple manner, which is the Sheriff's Department has access to an ATV that can drive on the beach. If there is a 20 to 30 minute patrol every night for, let's say, the next several weeks or the next couple of months that just simply went on the beach and looked for fires, looked for people consuming alcohol, and offered to either let them go, I would pay for garbage bags, to be given to the officers to send those people up with garbage bags, but to get them off the beach. And I think word will get out quickly enough. Thank you for listening.
You're certainly welcome. We're going to get back to your issue in a minute. Dan McMillan?
Thank you for having me. I've lived in Half Moon Bay since 2008. I'm going to piggyback on Steve's points, just a slightly different emphasis. I live at the corner of Railroad and Spruce, and I just want to let you know the effect on the neighborhood of this public nuisance, of the people going down to the beach, getting there. How this works is they show up in the evening, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, droves. Hundreds of people will go down to the beach, they party, they trash the beach, they do the bonfires, leave their bottles, and then they come back to their cars, which are parked in our neighborhood, not in the parking lot, because the parking lot is closed at 9. So then they come back to their cars on Grove, Metzger, Railroad, Poplar, Filbert, Spruce, Myrtle, and they come back to their cars 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight, 1, 2, and they're boisterous, they're loud, they trash the neighborhood, and it's just a major disruption. I mean, we have, young families living in the area, we have working people, we have elderly, and we're all being affected by this. When I first moved to that house in 2010, this type of an episode would happen Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day. And, for me, it was just the cost of living in a beautiful place. Now it is almost more nights than not. Last night, Monday night, we had a major group going down, 8 to 9, over 100 people. The sheriffs were there at 9 o'clock closing the gate, and they just watched the people walk on down there. They left this bonfire that Steve was talking about. 11 to midnight, they came back. It's a Monday night. So they come back. I mean, nobody can sleep. It's just a major disruption. So I'm obviously concerned about the treatment of the beach, but I'm also really upset about what's happening in our neighborhood. And so I would like to get this agendized to where we can focus not just on the beach, but also on the effect on the streets in our neighborhood. Thank you.
We hear you. We hear you so much that our city manager has met with all of us on council to discuss what we need to do to make Poplar Beach a user-friendly place and not disrupt the neighborhood. Our city manager was going to talk in city manager updates about this issue, but I think since it's on everybody's mind, he would like to make a presentation now about what the city is going to do about this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there might have been one more public speaker. Yes, no, Ms. Lockhart?
I'd be happy to wait until after you speak.
Oh, okay.
If you don't mind, could I speak after if there's anything else?
Sure. Is that okay, Mr. Mayor? I'll make my comments now, but I guess there's a few more speakers who want to also address the topic, so maybe that'd be helpful to hear what I have to say first.
Are you interested in this issue or something else?
Yes, I'll just go ahead and come up. I was planning to come tonight anyway to introduce myself and say thank you. I'm Jennifer Lockhart. I sent you all a letter a few weeks ago. I was very impressed with some very prompt replies, so thank you. Ms. Ruddock, right? Thank you. You emailed me back within an hour, and I was so grateful to feel heard. Bob, thank you. You called me and listened to me for quite a while on the phone. Adam, I got your email. Thank you. And it meant a lot to feel heard. So I was coming to say thank you and to kind of own up and put a face with the name. But we've had a rough week, and it's only Tuesday. So those are my pictures. I brought more copies for everyone if you'd like. This is what my daughter and I saw when we left the house to walk to school this morning. We walked to Hatch, walked outside. My 10-year-old says, Mommy? Right? And you're welcome to have copies. The bottom right is not from my house. That's from near the picnic table on the bluffs, and that is underwear. So somebody had a great night last night. I will not reiterate what's already been said. It's a huge problem. The beach is a problem. The neighborhood is a big problem. And the thing that hasn't been said is that where are these people going when they leave? I will make an assumption based on the varsity jackets that they're wearing, based on the things that they're saying as they leave, things like, hey, let's go to In-N-Out on our way home. Okay, their varsity jacket is not from a local school, and there's no in and out until you go over 92. So you've got kids who have been drinking heavily for hours based on what they leave behind, and they're now getting into their cars and driving over 92. Let's address this sooner than later. Thank you. Does anybody have pictures?
Thank you. Jules, are you interested in talking about this issue or some other issue on the? Yeah, but it didn't say what you were talking about, that's why.
No, it didn't. And I'm going to talk about something else, but I'd like to put my 2 cents worth in on this one, because I was down at Redondo Beach for the meeting of the Coastal Land Trust the other day, and some of the neighbors down at Redondo Beach are very nervous about the improvements that are going to be taking place down there for this very reason, because of what we're saying right now. And it might be helpful if the council gave some thought to better patrolling of both places, because the Redondo Beach people said there are also drugs happening down there. And if this could be incorporated in some way in the budget, it would be very nice. Now, what I came for was, I wanted to remind everybody that back in the 70s when we started the Pumpkin Festival, Edie Phillips and Dolores Mullins, their first initial effort was to raise money so we could bury utilities in Half Moon Bay and make it look nicer. And the utilities on Main Street, and many of them were buried. And it did look nicer. But there's still a long way to go with burying the utilities. And I was hopeful that somehow or another the council could start thinking in terms of some sort of a prolonged way of burying utilities in Half Moon Bay. I don't have the answers, and I know it's very expensive, but I would think that it happened when we all wanted it to happen in the 70s, and then it seemed to stop. And I think the town would look better if the utilities were buried, and it would make property values higher, so people might be willing to put out a little bit of money if their utilities were hanging from their houses. I certainly would be. If somebody came to me and said, here's what it would cost, would you be willing to do it? I'd say yes. It would be good for the town. And one thing to keep in mind, which is kind of catchy, is paradise would still be paradise if it weren't for the utility lines.
Thank you, Jules. I would like our city manager, Bob Nisbet, to address some of the issues about Poplar Beach, because it's been on a lot of people's minds, rightfully so.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council and members of the community. And yeah, I do appreciate the comments today, and we're, as staff, equally appalled at some of the photos we've seen, some of the stories we've heard, and some of the things that I've seen on social media, kind of the aftermath, people discussing it, and for all the reasons that you've heard, the trash, breaking of laws, the potential drunk driving, obviously very concerning to all of us as a community, as a city, and as staff. So yeah, I did about 3 weeks ago, I think it was, after one of these events, the photograph that Ms. Lockhart took was even, of course, in the local paper, so we all saw it. And I did reach out and call her, and we had a nice conversation. And it was after that conversation, and kind of had some back and forth. And I said, yeah, please call me back in 3 weeks. We were thinking at that point in time that might be an isolated event, and I wanted her to call me back so I could show her what our follow-up was doing. But of course, it sounds like it's only gotten worse since then. So after that telephone call, yeah, I did sit down with several of my staff to talk about, okay, what is our plan? This maybe happens every summer, but it appears like maybe it's ramping up. For some reason, maybe it's getting worse. Maybe this is becoming a place, once the word gets out, the momentum can kind of build, and if you don't put it out immediately, all of a sudden it becomes the place to go, and more kids, at least that's how it was as I remember when I was a kid, the momentum would build up and a place would get really popular for a while until it was it became known that it was not a popular place to go. You should not go here anymore. And so in that spirit, we had a meeting, okay, what can we do? And you're seeing these things on the screen. This was not planned knowing that people were going to speak today. I was planning on making these comments tonight, so very apropos. And what you're seeing here is obviously there's nothing magic here with what I'm about to say. There's not one answer that's going to solve this problem. It's a multi-pronged attack. And so these 5 points we came up with as staff that we just basically need during these times, we need a little bit more of everything. So starting, of course, with number 1 and some of the comments we heard tonight, activities are going on that are already against the law. It's not that we don't need new laws, but for example, we did have one 2 weeks ago where we decided that it doesn't make sense to allow glass in our parks and beaches, and you're seeing that was probably a good decision that the council made last week by the comments we heard today about broken glass all over the beach. But that's ramping up the police services and what we do during the summer months. So we have a contract with the sheriff, and they have their routines, they have their patrols, and they are able to do more in the summertime. And so part of the conversation was between us and Sal Lopez, who's also here tonight, and if prompted, he could also probably come to the podium and make a few comments and kind of be more specific about what they can do. But obviously it does mean swinging by more often. It does mean responding to calls, and one of the things, and I think the point was made by the one gentleman, that of course the public should call if they see something, and that seems like very obvious sometimes, but from what Saul was telling me and what we know from experience, it doesn't happen actually as much as you think it might. Some people, they see it, they get aggravated by it, but for whatever reason, they won't call the cops. Maybe it's not big enough. Oh, it's kids being kids, or the other things we've heard. But if you see cars in the parking lot, if you see these activities, you should call the police. You absolutely should. So that's number 1. So the comment was made about maybe getting their hands on a quad or some type of a vehicle where they can do more patrol, get out there, get out of their cars. Those things are also things that Saul is looking at. He's purchasing 2 mountain bikes, I believe, right now, so they can maybe do more patrol on the coastal trail. Again, I'm not saying things that are like new ideas necessarily, but it's ways that we can just get more eyes out there, get more patrol out there from the sheriff's office. And so after I go through these, if there's any questions for Saul, he can come up and maybe give more specifics on that. And then we have our own public works staff. John Dowdy's also here, and he can answer questions if there's any questions for him. He's in the back row. But the idea was is that it's not just police doing enforcement, but we have our own public works staff who also can have more of a presence. Right now, our public works staff only works Monday through Friday. They get their work orders, they go out, they do all the things they do, but our feeling was in the summer months, we can adjust their schedule so there's always one maintenance worker on Saturday and on Sunday. And so again, they're not in the business to go enforce laws, but they are in the business to tell the police if they see something. They are in the business to be eyes out there. They wear their uniforms. They can see trash. They can do those kind of things, and just more work available on the weekends as opposed to just Monday through Friday. On the agenda tonight, we'll get to it a little bit later, is an extension of the contract with Abundant Grace. This is a very positive and productive effort that was started a little over a year ago, I believe 18 months ago. And so there'll be a presentation on what they do and how they're a part of this overall effort, and how their contract, we're actually expanding their contract so they can do more of what they do at the beach. So you'll hear about that, bullet point number 3. The other thing we came up with really responds more to the trash. When Ms. Lockhart and I spoke the first time, it was about the crime and the drinking, but it was also, the first time around, it was about the trash, which is just this huge, appalling problem. That photograph, I think, spoke volumes when we all saw it on social media and in the press. It was just disgusting. And, obviously this is not the pack it in, pack it out mentality we're seeing for whatever reason. And we can talk about values and things like that, and that's probably a bigger conversation about behavioral change, but in the interim, we have to do our best. We have a responsibility. It's our beach to clean up the beach. We'd rather have people do it themselves, and maybe there's some operational things we can do with providing bags, with providing better signage, with providing better trash cans. We'd rather try to change behavior and get positive behavior, but when we don't get it, we also then have a responsibility to do the pickup and clean up the beach afterwards. It's part of our job. And so we're doing work with Republic Services, make sure we have adequate trash cans, adequate pickup, so forth and so on. And so there's still some things we're thinking about, how we maybe can do more there. And then finally, in addition to Abundant Grace, I think there's room for other nonprofits or volunteers to be involved here. Again, we can do everything, but this is more than a city problem. It is a community problem. We're all in this together. We have our community grants out, for example, right now, and we know that a couple of entities that have applied do have a mission about picking up trash on beaches, and so maybe these are entities that will meet the criteria, get some funding from the city, we'll see. But there's certainly some that I have witnessed and had the opportunity to go see how they operate in Pacifica, and it seems to me, just by seeing an operation there, and I won't name names because, as I said, we have some competitive grants going on, but it just felt to me that there was a program that would work here and could really be a part of the solution here in keeping Half Moon Bay clean. Our beaches are, you know, one of our most important resources, and we should treat them like that. So again, there's nothing on this 5-point plan that's a magic bullet. We get that, but I think it takes all of this, and it takes massive communication. I think all of us communicating with each other, we need to hear from the public, we need to feed back to the public and do the best we can to kind of amp up all these things. So, not perfect, and I think we're going to see more of this probably before we see less of it, but I think we need to get on it. So those are our initial comments, and you know, if there's any other speakers who want to speak, we'll certainly hear from them, and if there's questions for either John or Saul, they're both here and ready.
So you have something to add, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do understand your frustration, so I don't want to put my back to you because I really want to talk to you face to face. And we've been talking amongst the department heads of a good resolution behind Poplar Beach, also enforcement. On the incident that occurred last night, you're correct. The kids, from what I understand, came from Sequoia High School. And one of the big culprits is social media. All these different high schools, I think the initial high school was San Mateo High School that started this a couple weeks ago, and I believe Carlmont had something on social media. We can't monitor that. We don't have access to it unless somebody brings us that information. To answer the question about the deputies last night, 2 that are assigned to the city of Half Moon Bay for that shift responded, along with 4 other deputies that work in unincorporated coast, along with the sergeant. So you had a total of 7 people there. What time was that? They initially went around 10:30, and forgive me, it was a couple hours before. I have to take a look at the document. 8:30, yes. So that's when they usually close the gates. They leave, they disperse the crowd. Again, when it comes to misdemeanor crimes, law enforcement has to witness the people in actual possession of an open container in the act of littering for us to give a citation.
The fires were burning on the beach already at 8:30. I don't believe there were any deputies that made it down to the beach.
And it's my understanding that my staff was there dispersing a crowd of, I believe, over 40 vehicles that were in the parking lot as they were closing the gates.
There were hundreds of kids who were on the beach already, and their fires were already burning at that point.
And again, I'm not here to argue the point. That may have been the case. I did ask the supervisor on scene if CAL FIRE was there, and apparently they were. I'm not sure if it was the first time they were there or a second time. And you are correct, whoever stated that these kids parking legally within the neighborhood. So that's another factor that we're going to bring into our conversation with the department heads on how we can suppress that type of activity. So we're continuing to monitor it. I myself went out to Poplar Beach today to actually look at what we can do. I spoke to some neighbors down there, specifically right on Poplar near the gate. And I'm going to bring that information to the city manager, to John Dowdy, and we're going to have a discussion this week on how we can further this and bring a permanent or deterring solution. So I just want to let you know we are aware of it. We go out there every night. Not only do we go there, we also go to the Johnson House and other locations for the city to make sure that this activity is not occurring in the other locations.
Thank you. So, as you can see, we're definitely concerned about this issue, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that these hooligans from Sequoia High School don't come here anymore. Thank you.
Okay, not a problem.
No.
I'm getting that from the city attorney.
If this were an agendized item, we could have more,
Yeah.
more back and forth with the council.
Got it. Yeah, yes.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, and people of the community who came today, yeah, we'll continue to working on this plan. I can give another update at a future meeting, or if appropriate, maybe we just put it on the agenda. That way there's a little more room for discourse and kind of action items.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the school about to end all over the peninsula, and summer begins. The sooner we agendize this, just to give an update on where we're at, what we're doing, what steps are being taken, would be great.
Continuing on with public forum on items that are not related to Poplar Beach, I believe the next speaker's name is Rue Spikes. I have trouble reading the... Did I get your name right? It's Rue or Rod? Rod, sorry, Rod. Followed by Joyce Logan.
Good afternoon or good evening to the mayor and council. My name is Rod Spikes. I'm not not a community member of Half Moon Bay, but I do work in Half Moon Bay at Pillarcitos Alternative High School with the Youth Leadership Institute, which is a nonprofit organization that serves youth 13 to 24 in civic engagement with local policy change. I just really came to invite you all because my group of youth at Pillarcitos Alternative High School have banded together and we've put it on a gallery exhibit at the high school this Friday, 6 to 9. It's about housing, immigration, and substance abuse freedom, and how Half Moon Bay as a community can be free from these three topics, because we know these are three issues that Half Moon Bay faces. And me being new to Half Moon Bay, stuff that I've seen being an outside person looking in, I've made it my mission to really go full force with making sure that the youth are being heard, especially being that it's an alternative high school. They already have like a kind of a stigma that they're either nuisance, bad kids, or at-risk youth, but I just want to make sure that they're being represented in a way that they can show that they're actually trying to make a difference within their community. They're trying to be positively represented, and they want to make sure that the difference is being noticed by them. So again, this is a gallery exhibit, 6 to 9 p.m. at Pillarcitos Alternative High School about housing, immigration, and substance abuse freedom. And this will be put on by the youth from Pillarcitos High School, and I hope either one of you and all of the community members who are here can be there to see what the youth have come together with. It'll be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. And those of you who don't know, Pillarcitos High School is on Kelly Avenue, right next to the school board headquarters. It's a wonderful institution that's doing a lot of good. Joyce Logan, followed by Catalina Martinez.
I am here to lend my opinion and support for emergency preparedness activities that have happened and to encourage future activities, not just planning, but action. That we need to not get everything in the 3-ring binder that looks beautiful on the shelf, but we actually need to move into exercises and drills and getting things to happen. So I'm appreciative of the CERT program and all the things that were done there. Certainly the Coastside Fire Protection District, the board of directors that agreed to sponsor CERT branches 1 and 2. And also the city of Half Moon Bay for the May 4th event that you did in terms of emergency preparedness. That was incredible. I understand there was well over 1,000 people attending. I even talked to a lady that was from Guernsey. That is the Isle of Guernsey in the English Channel. So this was a wide-reaching event. The word is spreading. The word is spreading. So just quickly, I want to offer up a goal of effective emergency preparedness planning, that there's focus and attention to establishing means to protect our vital, big-picture community resources: fuel, water, sewer, some of the things that if we are without power, et cetera, for weeks, that we can protect our infrastructure so that we can survive. Also, that we don't get stalled on talking about planning for planning's sake, that we actually make some decisions, make some plans, and get some action going. The CERT people, you're going to see a lot happening in the next 18 months. It's required because of the grant that was accepted and received and accepted. There will be training classes and neighborhood meetings happening. There'll be a lot of publicity about that, probably within the next 6 weeks. So there will be a lot of interest garnered, and when we've got people that are excited, let's take advantage of that and move forward. And we need to aim for interagency cooperation. There's a lot of different entities here, each with their own little piece of the pie. And we need to all talk together and work together and agree. I think we all have the same goals, but we need to actually make some action happen. I hope we can avoid having to say, we thought of that, but we never got around to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Catalina Martinez, followed by Roy Salume. Yeah.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening to all.
Mi nombre es Catalina Maya Martínez.
My name is Catalina Maria Martinez.
Maya Martínez.
Maya.
Tengo alrededor de 20 años viviendo aquí en Half Moon Bay.
I have been living here in Half Moon Bay for 20 years.
Desde que tuve a mi primera hija me gusta ayudar a la escuela.
Since I had my first daughter, I like helping at school.
Sin importar de que no hablo el idioma inglés 100%.
Without considering that I don't speak English 100%.
Pero en lo que yo puedo, aporto a la escuela.
But whatever I can, I just give to myself to school.
Hoy en día estoy apoyando a la escuela como presidenta de ILAC, niños hablando inglés como segundo idioma.
I am helping now as a president or the chair of ILAC, kids learning English.
Y lo que estoy viendo en nuestra escuela ahorita, tenemos dos prioridades de urgencia.
What we are seeing in our school, we have two urgent priorities.
En la escuela Hatch, los niños necesitan apoyo emocional.
In Hatch School, kids, they are needing emotional support.
Y otro es lenguaje, que tengan más como apoyo en los niños que están aprendiendo inglés, que tomen un poquito, que tengan ese apoyo.
And the other one is the kids that are learning English that will have more support in that area.
Para eso necesitamos más fondos.
And for that we need more funds.
A pesar de que los papás contribuimos con lo que podemos en casa,
Despite that us as parents we contribute whatever we can from home,
eso no es suficiente para la escuela.
that is not enough for the school.
Creo que la escuela necesita apoyo, todas las escuelas en general.
I believe that all the schools, they need more support.
Tengo alrededor de 12 años ayudando a las escuelas como voluntaria.
I have been helping in the schools for 12 years already as a volunteer.
Soy mamá soltera.
I am a single mom.
Tengo 3 hijos,
I have 3 children,
uno de 17 en high school
one of 17 in high school,
y mi hijo de 9 años que está en high school
and another one of 9 years old that is in high school,
y otro bebé en un preescolar.
and a baby in a preschool.
Y me gusta porque a pesar de no hablo inglés, mi hijo este año se graduó, ya es proficiente hablando inglés.
Even though I don't speak English, my son graduated this year as a proficient in English.
Y gracias a Dios y gracias a que no me da pena ni vergüenza acercarme a los maestros en qué puedo ayudar a mi hijo y en qué puedo ayudar a la escuela.
Thanks God, and that I'm not ashamed of coming to the teachers and offering my help and seeing the way that I can help to the teachers and to the school.
A veces me toca trabajo 6 días a la semana, descanso un día. En ese día voy, aporto a la escuela, no monetariamente, pero voy físicamente en qué puedo ayudar a la escuela.
I work 6 days a week, and the day that I don't work, I go to school to offer my support and see the way that I can help in the school.
Hoy en día vengo a abogar para que nuestra escuela tenga más fondos.
Now I come here just to ask for more funds to the school.
Lo que he visto, que si los niños no tienen ese apoyo emocional desde un preescolar menor, cuando llegan a high school, a veces no pueden lidiar con sus autoestima.
What I've seen is they don't have the support since the kinder or the early ages in the school. They get to the high school without the self-awareness or self-sufficiency in order to develop their character.
Y la salud mental es una prioridad para que los niños puedan enfocarse en su vida diaria, en enfocarse en la escuela, en enfocarse cómo salir adelante.
And mental health is a key for them to learn how to focus their life for school and also for have a future life.
Con mi adolescente, la mayor, tuve un reto de que ocupábamos terapia familiar.
With my adolescent daughter, we had the challenge that we needed just counseling as a family.
Y no había ese programa aquí. Teníamos que ir hasta Daly City o hasta San Mateo.
We didn't have that program here, and we had to go to Daly City or San Mateo in order to receive that program.
Entonces pienso que en nuestro condado de Hammond Bay necesitamos mucha ayuda, mucho soporte y más especialmente si queremos que nuestros futuros niños tengan un mejor futuro, debemos de enfocarlos en apoyarlos desde una temprana edad.
If we want that in our city, our youth will have a better future, we need to support them since they are younger age.
Para que sean unos mejores niños, más niños graduándose, si superan el idioma inglés, más niños son reclasificados.
So we can have more kids that will graduate from school, learning and being proficient in English and graduating.
Con mi trabajo que tengo que atender los 3 niños, tengo mi bebé con una discapacidad que está lento en lenguaje.
I have with my job and my work as a mother, my younger child that has a disability in his language.
Y necesita terapia. No tengo tiempo para mí, pero trato de tener tiempo como ayudarlos para que ellos salgan adelante.
I don't have time for myself, but I invest my time in them in order to help them to grow and to develop.
Para que en un futuro, si muchos niños son apoyados desde temprana edad, hay menos posibilidad de que caigan en adicciones, el vandalismo, el alcohol, la droga, que hoy en día es un problema muy grande, el alcohol. y las drogas.
So if they get the help and the support from the younger age, they will not fall in the problems of drug, alcohol, and because those are the heavy things that are affecting their youth.
So, legalizaron la marihuana, ha aumentado mucho el porcentaje de los muchachos que hacen el vapeo.
Now that the use of marijuana has been legalized, there is a great increase of the youth that are vaping with marijuana.
Y hoy en día muchos papás no sabemos que las cosas nuevas que está inventando la tecnología, los papás a veces no tenemos ni idea qué es el vapeo.
Now we as parents, that as technology has increased so much, we have no idea as parents what vaping is.
Parecen como...
Excuse me. We certainly hear your concerns, and they're valid, but we only allow 3 minutes for people to speak in public forum. I think you really need to go to the school board to address the school board, because they're the ones who could help with the issues at your children. The city council does not directly work with schools. But we really appreciate your comments, and thank you very much, and please keep up with what we're doing here. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Gracias. Lo único que deseo que los niños tengan ese soporte, que la escuela tenga más apoyo.
What I desire is that kids have more support and that the schools have more funds and more support to do that work.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Roy Salume, followed by Paul Gregorius.
I know that emergency preparedness has been a topic of discussion in past weeks. I have a few comments, and I've written in a memo that the city manager has, and it's been passed on to staff as well, so they're aware of my thoughts as well. But everyone's talked about food and water. I think fuel should be at the top of the list. Within hours of, let's say, a major quake, the gas stations could be empty as everyone, if they're able to, tops off their vehicles. That means we would be effectively within, let's say, 12 hours, be out of gas and fuel supplies with an emergency that could last maybe 3 or 4 weeks. We will not have road access. We won't have deliveries. The Richmond refinery will probably be shut down if there's a major quake. And we'll need to make what's here last for perhaps a month. So what I would suggest is that there should be a plan in place where we know where the fuel supplies are on the coast side. We'll have an idea of how much fuel will be required to run critical functions in the city and on the coast side for 3 to 4 weeks. I'm talking about the City Hall generator, the sheriff's vehicles, ambulances, the hospital generator, fire trucks. I realize they have their own supplies, but they may need more. The radio station for communication, and heavy equipment. We may have the need for heavy equipment to move debris. We should probably put in some kind, or the city should probably put in some kind of requisition and rationing scheme if this does happen, and there should be a plan on who actually triggers this plan that's in place. I think this is something that can be done in advance of a full emergency preparedness plan. You could put in a very simple plan that would say, we're going to shut down the gas stations and we're going to sort things out. We're going to make decisions on what critical functions need fuel during an emergency.
It's something that should be done soon. We never know when the quake is going to hit, and so I would encourage a sense of urgency in this in advance, just so you have that capability. You may never use it. You may decide that this is something that you don't want to do based on the circumstances, but I strongly urge you to consider something like this. So thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Paul Gregorius, our last speaker on public forum.
We're peppering you with emergency preparedness comments, many of which were sort of stimulated by the very good coffee with the counselors we had on Sunday, where we had I would call a rip-roaring emergency preparedness discussion. So thank you all for your help. The brief point I want to make, given that it's budget season, is that during that session, that brought to mind an experience I had, which I think is very important to the COSIDE at present, and that is that we need here a cadre of citizens who have advanced training in first aid, who can help us recover from emergencies like quakes or large fire or flooding events, given that we don't have very many healthcare providers or facilities on the coast side. And about 3 years ago, I was part of a wilderness first aid course, which was actually also taught as urban first aid. And it took place at the fire station here, and was conducted by an outfit called FosterCom, fostercom.com, they're known as. And back then it cost me about $100. Now it's available to a sponsor like the city if it can get together groups of, say, 25 people at a whack at a cost of $115 per body. And I figure we could probably usefully train about 75 people like this in several different classes at a cost to the city of about $8,500. And that would go for the basic training cost, and it would take a few thousand or more to cover food, beverages, textbooks. You need a manual because you're so kind of panicked you don't remember what you got to do for the guy who's bleeding to death in front of you. And back then, we also spent some money on first aid supplies and things of that nature. They also sell you an uplift of CPR training for participants at a cost of about $35 a pop. So for about $16,000, we could probably prepare a group of about 75 well-trained first aid providers who could save a lot of lives in an emergency, and I think it's a tremendous investment. Thank you very much. Is that it?
Thank you, Paul. That concludes public forum. And now we're going to talk about proclamations and presentations, and Claire Touton from Midcoast Community Council is going to update us on what they're doing.
I'm going to take advantage of this to add a couple of things to what's been said. I'm no expert on this, but when I was over the hill in the '89 earthquake and there was no electricity, you could not get gas out of the gas tanks underground because you had to bring it up with an electric pump. You also couldn't pay for anything that involved anything other than cash. So these are things to keep in mind. No electricity, there's a lot of things you can't do. And then in terms of the beach, this is where the unincorporated area might be able to have something to offer for you. If the Tunitas Creek Beach was bought by the county and being developed with Committee for Green Foothills and others, partly because, or largely because they were having large raves there. They had trouble controlling it, as I understand, because it was inaccessible to the sheriffs. They would have to rappel down ravines practically to get there, and by the time they got down there, it wasn't safe for them because they couldn't get back up, and it was pretty wild. So that was all closed off, and you might want to find out how they did that. They moved up to Graywell Cove, and we're having major parties up there for a while. It's not just high school kids. Graywell Cove is cold. You have to walk down there. It's quite a ways. That kind of cleared up, I guess, partly because of the elements. And my suspicion is that this roving group is probably finding that Poplar Beach is much more accessible, much more pleasant. And you may need to look at this even harder than just like high school kids. That's our experience. So otherwise, the MCC serving an unincorporated area, we don't make some of the decisions that you guys make, but we're more into like coordinating and informing the community and interacting with the county. And things that have come up recently include Pillar Ridge, the proposed affordable housing development in Moss Beach, which they're doing an LCP amendment and zoning changes on that currently to allow for less density and fewer units. And they asked us to comment on their latest proposals, and our concerns remain transportation, that we're pretty much at a standstill up in Moss Beach as it is, and the plans for adapting to this housing project are not well thought out. And also we needed to find out what they're actually proposing in this LCP amendment, because they've only given out a small amount of information about what they're actually doing. So we're trying to find out what the full ask is from them. We're also meeting with the Parks Department next meeting. Parks has kind of been stalled for a while. They haven't had any permanent leadership, and they were planning on getting someone from inside their department to take over. And partly because of our advice, they are going to open up their recruitment outside of the current county department and try to get somebody new and professional in there to coordinate parks. We also we do a fair amount of informing of the community about what things are going on. There was a presentation on green infrastructure last meeting, and also we had the people from the HEAL project come and talk about agricultural education on the coast. So that's basically what we're doing. If there are any questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Mayor's announcements, community activities. Well, tonight you heard that this Friday from 6 to 9, the Youth Leadership Institute is going to be presenting issues that relate to youth at the Pillar Cedars High School. And another school-related announcement on Monday from 1 to 3 at the library. It's going to be a meet and greet with our new superintendent of schools. And we're hoping that will be the start of a new relationship between the city and the schools. Does anybody else have any announcements? I'm going to call on our city attorney to report out from a recent closed sessions.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The Council met in closed session before this evening's regular meeting. I have nothing to report out of closed session, but I do want to list the items that were discussed. The first item was a litigation matter, City of Half Moon Bay versus Granada CSD et al. This is the declaratory relief action involving the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side, JPA. The second item was conference with real property negotiators regarding 880 Stone Pine Road, and the matters discussed were priced in terms of potential acquisition and or lease amendment. And the third item was another real property item, conference with real property negotiators regarding the James Johnston House. And the discussion there was a price in terms of potential license agreement. And I'll just remind the council and the public that these types of agreements are approved by the council, considered by the council in open session. So while you give direction to your negotiators in closed session, they do always come back in open session. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. We've already heard a little bit from our city manager, but I'm sure there are other updates that he would like to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We do have a couple more updates, but you have heard from me, so I think I'll turn it over to a couple of my department heads. We'll start with Jessica Blair. She's going to introduce the city's newest employee, an employee who I think might find one of her first assignments on our Poplar Beach management team. We'll see. So I'll turn it over to Jessica, and then after that, Deputy Manager Matthew Chittister is going to come up and make a couple of short presentations.
Good evening. Yes, as Bob mentioned, I am thrilled to introduce Colleen Lettier, who is the city's new communications specialist. She started yesterday. She has spent the last 6 years working for the city of Cupertino and is a graduate of Sonoma State. Colleen?
Oh, it's working. It's working, everyone. Nice to meet you. Like Jessica said, my name is Colleen Lettier, and I come from a fellow local government agency, City of Cupertino, down in the South Bay, and I'm really excited to be here with the City of Half Moon Bay. The staff have been so beyond welcoming to me, and I can't wait to start working deeper with them to kind of figure out the best way to tell the City of Half Moon Bay's story and working with all of you, and can't wait. So if you have any questions, feel free, let me know. I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, that's not Matthew. It's going to be Karen instead.
Good evening, Mayor Roback, council members. I'm not Matthew Chittister, but I work closely with him in the city manager's office. My name is Karen Decker. I'm a senior management analyst, and it's a pleasure to be with you this evening to provide an update to the improvements to Carter Park. So we heard the council prioritize Carter Park renovations last year, and in response to that, and in addition to the Parks Master Plan identifying Carter Park as an opportunity to create a highly utilized space for our community through improvements and enhancements, we are currently in the design phase working closely with our consultant, ELS Architecture and Urban Design. And we just recently launched a robust outreach effort and community engagement, including a survey that was just released this week. It's available on the website, and it's featured on flyers that you're going to see around the Stone Pine Shopping Center, through e-news, through Facebook, this week also, in addition to a series of focus groups that are going to target specific stakeholders, including residential and commercial. And another opportunity for community engagement is going to be a public workshop that's going to take place at the next Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, which is coming up on June 26th. And so we look forward to getting some great ideas from the community, from our Parks and Recreation Commission, from our Planning Commission, and gleaning some of that collective wisdom and coming back and sharing it with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any questions? Carter Park up to now has been one of the most underutilized and really nice parks that I'm really looking forward to having the new plan. It's going to be wonderful. I see Matthew is rising. Is he going to speak? No? Okay. Are there any other city manager updates?
I will make the briefest of updates. Our last meeting, if you recall, we agendized an item to talk about the retail tobacco ordinance that was implemented back in November, and then portions of it took effect on April 1st of this year. One of our local tobacco retailers had requested an opportunity to come before you and request a grace period to sell off some of their additional inventory, and you gave some direction to gather some more information from them, and you would consider it a future date. Following that meeting, the retailer reached out to me and said they'd no longer be pursuing that request, and that they're already in compliance with the new ordinance, and they would not pursue a grace period. So that will not be brought back before you. So just wanted to give you that update.
Thank you, Matthew. So staying at 12:15 that night wasn't required. Thank you.
It was worth it.
It was worth it. Okay, great. Now we come to the portion of the meeting that has to do with our consent calendar. I have one request to pull item C, Anyone else want to pull any of the items? No? Yeah, 1C. So I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the consent calendar. Item 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances. Item 1B, warrants for the month of April 2019. Item 1D, reaffirmation of Main Street Bridge Advisory Committee appointments. Item 1E, receipt of legislative position letters. Item 1F, adoption of guidelines for an employee compensation philosophy. Item 1G, agreement with Metropolitan Planning Group, M Group. Item 1H, agreement with Rincon Consultants, Inc. Item 1I, amendment to professional services agreement with Circle Point for preparation of an EIR. Item 1J, amendment to the professional services agreement with Peninsula Municipal Engineering, Inc.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? No, except for item 1C, the consent calendar passes. We have one public comment from Jennifer Lockhart on item 1C, which is the ordinance amending the public nuisance affecting public peace and safety, chapter 9.13.
Hi, my only question is regarding enforcement. And I think it's a great idea to not have glass in our parks and beaches. We have lots of great laws about our beaches as it is. Will this one be enforced any more so than the other laws that aren't being enforced? Thank you. I don't know the protocol, so does that actually get answered, or do I have...
Does anyone from the city want to respond? Any staff member?
First, I'd like the city attorney to just go over our rules about responding during public forum or comments during items. Yeah.
Yeah, so the typical protocol is that the comments are made, and then if questions are asked by the public, the council in its discretion can relay that question to staff.
So does anyone from the staff want to respond to Jennifer's question?
Mr. Mayor, I'm guessing I might get the short straw on this one.
Yeah, go for it.
I will add to what the city attorney said and also just acknowledge I think some of the process that we have to go through is interesting and helpful for the public so they can participate in a meaningful way. So this is a ordinance, and when the council adopts new ordinance, they must do so by having 2 public hearings or 2 readings of the ordinance. The first reading of this ordinance was at their previous meeting 2 weeks ago. There was a short presentation. There were some questions for staff. They had a public hearing. I don't recall that there was any comment at the time. They then closed it. And then by law, it does have to come back a second time. Although it's on the consent calendar, it is within the public's right to put in a comment because it is a second reading and there is that opportunity for a second hearing. So you did it absolutely right. And the mayor then is looking at me for an answer to that question. I don't know if the answer is going to be satisfying, but it is going to be kind of the typical answer on this. Obviously, having laws that are unenforceable or are impossible to enforce are problematic for any government or any agency. That said, when the council makes a decision for a new ordinance or new law, they do so with the intent that, to the best of our ability, we would enforce it. And when I use that phrase, to the best of our ability, obviously that is what it comes down to in so many instances. It's not that we are not equipped to enforce our laws. It's not that we don't want to enforce the laws. But we have to do so in a way that meets our resources and our ability to enforce those laws. It's hard to enforce every law. We have limited resources, and we make decisions every day internally. Our code enforcement, our planning department makes decisions about what they can react to, what they can do in terms of being proactive or reactive on code enforcement throughout the community, and our sheriff personnel does the same thing. We have a contract with the sheriff's personnel. It's a good contract. It'll actually be on the agenda for renewal at the next meeting. But it limited resources. As Mr. Lopez said in his earlier comments, It's shocking when people hear it for the first time, but at any given time, the city only has 2 deputies on. And so those 2 deputies are spread thin, and they have to make decisions on where their resources are best employed. And so those decisions are being made every day, and while it appears to the public that we have ordinances that we simply don't enforce or don't want to enforce, it's just those choices that we have to make. We have limited resources. We're using public taxpayer dollars, and we use it to the best of our ability to enforce the laws we have.
Thank you, Bob. Does anybody from the council have any comment? May I have a motion, please? This is item 1C.
I move that we approve ordinance amending Chapter 9.12, Public Nuisances Affecting Public Peace and Safety, and Chapter 9.13, Park Regulations of the Half Moon Bay Municipal Code.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? The ordinance passes. Thank you. We now come to ordinances and public hearings. Item 2A is an ordinance and bylaws to establish an architectural advisory committee. Jill is going to present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Roebuck. Good evening, City Council, members of the community. I'm Jill Ekus. I'm your Community Development Director. Happy to be here to present this item to you. This item tonight is something that you've been waiting for, and quickly we'll cover the background, the purpose and scope for establishing an architectural advisory committee, some of the details about the ordinance and bylaws and recommendations. This is an ordinance amendment, and so you will be having a public hearing, and I can get into nitty-gritty detail on any of this, but I'll wait for you to ask for that. I know you have a very full agenda. Briefly, from the background, 1980 through 2011, the city had an architectural review committee. As you've probably noted from your staff report and the draft ordinance that we're recommending to you tonight, design review amazingly touches many portions of the municipal code, including zoning, as we would assume, and the subdivision ordinance, but quite a few other titles as well. And so this code amendment is coordinating all of those different portions. Currently, and you know, I don't have that here either. It's up there, and I'm sorry to hear that. You have a hard copy? Should I keep trucking? Okay. There's no pretty slides, so we can. All right, so continuing on, a little more background. After the architecture...
You know, in the interest of time...
Yes?
I'd like to make a motion just to approve this. Do you guys want to go... If you want to go through the process, we can go through it. But I think this is something that we've talked about in the past,
So I'm going to remind you to have a public hearing.
Gotta have the public hearing
thank you.
aspect. So let's go through that. Let's go through that.
I'd like to open the public hearing on this ordinance amendment for the creation of an architectural advisory committee. Anyone want to comment? Hearing none, I close the public hearing.
There's a comment.
Oh, there is? No, she's just schlepping around.
No, it's right over here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's Chad. Press the button, Chad.
It's off.
Does this one work? Okay.
I apologize for not submitting a card. I just wanted to make one quick comment. There's been no small amount of conversation in this town about the cost of housing and what we can do about limiting the cost of housing. One of the items on this ARC proposal is what the fees will be. There are no dollar signs next to it. It's just one of the line items. I would keep it in mind. If this is just one more layer of, gee, we have to recover fees for everything we do at City Hall, this will just be another $500 or $1,500 or $3,800 on the cost of everything that gets done. So please keep that in mind. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Jill, do you want to comment? Okay, go ahead.
The previous speaker came before the Architectural Review Board many years ago, asking us if he could alter the fire station because the architect had designed it very expensively and difficultly, and we agreed. I just want to say that there are a lot of good reasons for having an architectural review board. They need not be expensive for the applicant who wants to make his life easier. Sometimes they're helpful. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jules. And for the record, Jules was on the old Architectural Advisory Board. Jill, do you want to comment about the fees?
I'd be happy to. That actually straddles my next item as well, which is a user fee update. The proposal for engaging with an architectural review committee does not have any changes in fees other than the annual escalator. Any planning projects or public works projects, and remember, public projects would also be reviewed by this group, will be the same basic level of deposit costs that applicants have now. If there's money left over, we refund it when we're done. It's all part of the overall cost recovery. And I just want to reassure folks that our intention in working with an architectural review committee or advisory committee is that their steps are integrated into the process of entitlement review. It's not going to be a sequential process. It's exactly not additive. It is going to be a holistic process, and I have a lot of experience with doing this. I'm really looking forward to it. So I hope that answers the question. I'm happy to talk to Mr. Hooker later as well.
Does anyone else from the council have any comments? So close the public hearing on the ordinance, and may I have a motion, please? Or there is a motion on the floor, isn't there?
Sort of.
No.
Okay, just read it.
So by motion, we conducted a first reading and introduced an ordinance establishing an architectural advisory committee. And then 2, approve the bylaws outlining the purpose, function, membership duties, and other operational aspects of the Architectural Advisory Committee, and direct staff to initiate recruitment for members of the Architectural Advisory Committee.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Motion, the ordinance has been adopted. The next item is also on Jill's plate. She's going to talk about user fees.
So do you just want to make a motion on this one too? We could keep moving. All right. I noticed in my rush today that, and our city clerk is going to load the corrected version of the presentation. I left the Architecture Advisory Committee header on your slides. So you want the one that says user fees on the first slide. And if this comes up, everybody will see the right thing. So for background, and I think we'll just plunge in, even though we're waiting for this. In 2015, the city engaged in an in-depth fee study, and in 2017, after a few iterations and rounds of review, it was reviewed by City Council, and new fees were brought in and effective in the summer of 2017.
They addressed cost recovery as well as fee and deposit levels. And just for the community's benefit, I think it's helpful to note, fees are flat fees. They're one-time fees. We try to set them to match and cover the cost of basic services that we provide over and over again. So usually small things. And from my shop, that's a really basic building permit or a minor tree removal permit, things like that. Cost recovery or deposit-based projects are those that are more elaborate. They're probably going to have a public hearing, public notice, require review by different staff members throughout City Hall. So the city engineer would get quite involved, and we circulate plans to other agencies and get their input. So in those cases, we're receiving deposits and tracking our hours and charging against those deposits. This is a very standard practice in entitlement review, and my understanding of the intent in 2017 when this was adopted is that council was seeking full cost recovery to the extent feasible, which means that the hourly rates that engineering and our building official and the planners charge are fully loaded. They cover overhead, they cover facilities, they cover people like me who don't charge an hourly rate, they cover just all of the time that was studied in the fee study. Yeah, that's okay. So next, so we've been using the new fees for 2 years, and because some of the items are a little one-off here and there, we noticed that some might need some adjustment, and we brought you quite a bit of detail on that tonight. We also have some new types of fees. So I'm just going to touch very quickly on what's in your schedule. It's a detailed document. We use it every single day. It will go on the web, and we want it to be user-friendly. So the two new areas, one is commercial cannabis. We have a pre-application and an application process set up. They are mirroring how we treat commercial coastal development permits. We base that on the fact that the kinds of submittal materials for commercial cannabis licenses are really quite extensive and mirror what we do with a commercial coastal development permit. So that's where we're starting with that two-step process. Accessory dwelling units, we've also revised. We used to have a much higher fee, but because of your recent updated ordinance, our review process is simplified. We have been tracking that. We're moving quickly with it, and we have reduced this to, in fact, no more deposits for those. They are flat fees. People know what they're going to have to pay when they come to the counter, and they can rely on that. The next realm, oh, look at us all. Thank you. Oh, how do I? We are here. There were a series of very minor revisions. I would consider this fee update that we're bringing to you really refinements more than anything for the rest of these. Very minor building permits. We're trying to reduce the base permit fee. We think this can help a lot of our homeowners who are just trying to do a little tiny job. And it's not a big savings for them, but we think it might be meaningful for them, and it's fair to the city because you're still recovering your costs. Subdivisions is an example where we wanted to conform all of the review to a deposit-based review, and that's for both the city engineer and all the planners who work on those. We realized we didn't have anything set up for use permits, so we employed that. It mirrors variances, and that is because both are required to go to Planning Commission, and they have a similar process. Tree permits are tiered. Little ones are a flat fee, big ones are a deposit. Pre-application review, we wanted to switch it from a fee to a deposit because what we found in implementation is that those are varying quite a bit, and it really wasn't fair to those that were simple or those that were complex. These are three that I'm not really sure why, but and our city engineer will vouch for this, we were supposed to be collecting deposits to process these minor things that really only planning gets our hands on. If a home occupation gets so involved that we need to engage the city engineer, we're probably not looking at a home occupation. So we just eliminated those fees. There's no need to collect them. Okay. Universally, every year, your flat fees are adjusted by the CPI, and developer impact fees are adjusted by a construction cost index. In the past, a technology fee was established. It was not well implemented. We've not collected much on it. We would like to go for a year with straight up saying we're not going to collect it. We're going to see how it goes, and if we change our minds next year and have a different recommendation for you, we'll let you know. We just don't think it's worth it. And then finally, we are going to highlight our hourly rates and a few other things because the fee schedule is just, it was hard for us to read. So we really like the new one, and we hope you like it too. Should you approve these, there's a 60-day period before they'll be implemented. We will put noticing at the public counter. We'll work with our new public information specialist for something on the e-news. We'll work with Colleen and just make sure folks know about it. We don't think anyone's going to have a big surprise here. These are just tweaks around the corners and make it work well. You do need to have a public hearing. This is a by resolution item, and if you have questions for me, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Before the public hearing, or? I open the public hearing on this proposed ordinance. Any member of the public wishes to speak about this ordinance? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. What? Don't try my patience. Councilmember Ruddick wishes to speak.
I wish I'd thought to ask this before, but so over the last year or two, we had a couple of issues with people with encroachment permits. So I don't see any change there. I just wanted to confirm that there's no change and maybe a little talk around that.
I'd be happy to do that. I think what the concern is that our fee was so low, and it was subsidizing that work, frankly. My understanding is the fee was only $75. It was barely enough to take the document in and get it circulated to the folks that needed to review it. The encroachment permit fees are based, they're scaled to the linear feet of improvements. So basically, how much the engineer has to review, how much the engineering inspectors need to go out in the field and inspect. There's rounds of review and inspection that happen with these, and so it's important that you recover those costs. We believe that the amounts are scaled to what is seen in other cities. They were established through that fee study, which used staff tracking actual time to process. I think that what happened was our contractors didn't know that it was changing so much right then, and they might have been bidding on jobs. They pass this through to their clients, and if they don't know that there's going to be a change, that's an unfortunate thing. I think they're settled at this point, and we haven't heard more since then. That was really the thing. Okay, thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I just want to say I've read the full staff report. I really appreciated all the work, and any time I see a town or city reducing or eliminating fees to make building easier, I think that's a great thing. So thanks for all the work on that.
Thank you, Jill. I have one proposal to eliminate a fee. The appeal fee for the coastal development permit. Right now, there's a discrepancy between whether or not the appeal is in the coastal zone or not. I think we should eliminate both fees. It's not a big deal. It's $232 for the existing fee. I would like to have zero to encourage, when necessary, the public is not intimidated from appealing a coastal development permit. What say you?
There still is staff time associated with processing an appeal. So my concern would be that the appeal fee not be exorbitant, because you want people of whatever means to be able to have due process in terms of being able to appeal. So I think the question is it a fair fee rather than, no fee? Because then we're essentially subsidizing the appeal. So I'm in favor of realistic fees that reflect costs and that don't punish people and that are, manageable by, most people. So I don't think I'm in favor of eliminating, but I'm in favor of fair.
And what's fair?
Didn't we reduce that last time we discussed it, maybe 2 years ago or something, from a higher fee? Do you have the history on that one?
Yeah, I think it was much higher.
I think it was yeah. My sense was that we went through this discussion already, and that we decided to reduce it to the $250 fee, but do you have the history?
I think it was pretty high, and the reason why the appeals jurisdiction fee was eliminated, just for public interest, I think you probably remember, is if there's no fee on appealing something that's been approved in the coastal zone, then the item cannot be appealed directly to the Coastal Commission. The appellant needs to exhaust their local administrative remedies with the city. That is the Coastal Commission's preference. So the reason why that one's 0 was pretty specific for that purpose. Staff's comfortable with, obviously, with whatever you wish to do, but I can share with you, we do agree with the philosophy of don't make it a bar to participate, and so a lower fee we're comfortable with. We would agree with that. That's what most cities do. They do tend to set a little something, so there's a little, intention about it. A little skin in the game, not too much. Just a little bit. That's what I've seen. We can work this either way. A couple things. I hate to say this because I'll probably regret it. We haven't had a lot of appeals in the last few years, so that's been great. So we haven't had a lot of experience with that. But the one that we did have and processed, we were actually acknowledging that processing that appeal was part of the entitlement process, and so we charged our time to the applicant. So there was cost recovery for that particular item in a different direction. So you have a lot of choices. You have full discretion on this. Okay.
Just to clarify, so the problem with charging, let's say, a 0 fee is it would preclude an appellant from filing with the Coastal Commission. Is that what you said? Did I get that right? No. No, sorry, okay. The other way.
It's the reverse. If we don't charge, then the Coastal Commission doesn't charge. And so the idea is to maximize access to the process. If the city has a barrier by charging a fee, the Coastal Commission will allow someone to come directly to them instead of, say, if I made a decision that someone was unhappy with, they would appeal it to the Planning Commission, and they could keep going and go to you. They could come here. And each of those steps in the appeals jurisdiction would be a no-charge appeal.
Got it. Thanks.
I think $250 is affordable to, most people in the community. And I would rather since we haven't seen any action since we reduced the fee, let's see what happens. And if a problem surfaces and we need to adjust it, we can. Or we can even potentially have a hardship process if there's someone for whom that fee is a hardship, we can look at it. But I'd rather not. I believe in having people have skin in the game and, put money out there and not engage in frivolous activity.
May I have a motion, please?
So I'll make a motion to conduct a public hearing by resolution to authorize adjustments to the cost of services schedule user fees for 2019-2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? The ordinance is adopted.
I failed to note something very important. I just wanted you to know that Jennifer Chong prepared that beautiful fee schedule based on the work that our city engineer, Marziar Bozerginia, as well as Benjamin Corrales and I put our heads together for some time trying to get this all straightened out. So you had a nice little team back at the shop working on this. Thanks.
Thank you all. It was really a lot of work. I know I read it. Want to take a break, or you're okay? No. I'm going to need a second. Okay. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and meet back here at 12 minutes to 8 to 9. We are going to continue with the meeting now. Item 3A is an amendment to the agreement with Abundant Grace for the coastal cleanup program. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and present this item. I think this is an item that needs little introduction, and I have had the good fortune of getting to know Eric far better than I had in previous years, and I'm amazed at his ability to do things and make things happen, and always be around with a smile and good grace, and I really appreciate that, and it's nice. Abundance of grace. And I can't, there we go. So tonight we are asking the council to consider ultimately approval of amendment number 2 to the agreement with Abundant Grace. And this would include some expanded services as well as extending the contract through fiscal year, sorry about that, 2019-20. I made an error. Background goes, probably don't need to spend a lot of time on this, but notably in November of last year, Jennifer Chong came and you agreed to amendment number 1 to the agreement, which extended the agreement through June 30th of 2019, and also allowed us to expand the services, or Abundant Grace to expand those for us to manage that beyond the limits of the Poplar Beach and the parking lot and the coastal trail. So it allowed us to start to push into some of the neighboring community. So this scope of work remains very similar in many respects, notably that their work remains the same in terms of emptying trash cans, cleaning the surrounding areas, focusing on Poplar parking lot and the beach area and the beach entry, working on the coastal trail, and as was done with Amendment Number 1, to expand this into some of the surrounding and adjacent streets. And part of their responsibilities are also the administrative side of recruit, train, transport, pay the workers, file their monthly and quarterly reports with the city, and send us their monthly invoices, and all of which they have done, I think, well. Of note, the contract scope of work is requesting removal of the horse manure aspect of this. In the prior agreement, they were carrying buckets, 5-gallon buckets of manure up from the beach, and they have asked that this be removed, and with hopes that the Seahorse Ranch negotiations will be fruitful in terms of identifying a solution to this issue. We think that's a reasonable ask on their part. In general, we are looking again at focus on the coastal trail, Poplar Beach, and the Poplar Beach parking lot area as primary points that they are to focus on. But we are expanding those efforts beyond that reach, including along Poplar Street from the parking lot up to Highway 1. And that would include also out northerly to Filbert Street and Spruce Street, and dealing with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Avenues as well, and cleaning those areas. We know those are areas that are being impacted by the overnight and the evening parties and raves and whatever is there. So this is a part of, and I feel pretty good because we did this before even tonight's meeting, and today, and the recent onslaught of emails and calls. But we saw the need, and Abundant Grace recognized and acknowledged their willingness, and that's a good thing. In addition, we also see Kelly Avenue as being a primary point of issue and concerns with regard to also the beach access, a lot of garbage, debris, diapers, all kinds of things being left along that parking area. It's just thankfully that we don't have as many residences around there. We would probably be hearing much the same concerns and issues that we're hearing tonight. And that would extend to Purisima, across Highway 1 and into Purisima, to pick up the Cunha Middle School and some of those areas in the church, and just some of the confluence there of a lot of activity. And then Pilarcitos heading from Kelly Avenue to Oak Avenue Park, and then they are currently on a limited scale cleaning up around the Safeway and along the orange fence that'll be removed soon, but along that edge of Pilarcitos Creek all the way down to the underpass. So that's, I've noted a significant improvement in that area, and the significant reduction along the Safeway area of trash, debris, and Pilarcitos Avenue. So that's what this area includes. If you recall, when we were here in November, we were discussing and thinking about adding Main Street to this project list. We pulled back from that in part because we're handling a lot of that in terms of just the city and Public Works. We also have the beautification committee that's doing a lot of work there, and so we were just concerned about adding a third layer of folks into that mix, just trying to figure out who's doing what when. I think it's still open for conversation, but at this point, our recommendation is to not focus on Main Street at this point, to focus on those areas, particularly on the west side of the highway and where the beach issues are really creating these problems. This scope of work that you have as a draft, we'll continue to work on this a little bit. It needs some additional work. Eric and I have been talking through some of those issues, and I'll walk through a little bit of improvement, I think, in that scope with the next slide. But in addition to that, we're looking at whether it makes sense to expand their services to go down and pick up some of the trash at the end of Redondo Beach Road, and also at Miramani's Point as a supplement to other activities going. We know that Councilmember Penrose and I are on the receiving end of emails on an individual who's very concerned about the dumpster, which is on county property, not city property, at the end of Redondo Beach Road, but it continues to be a challenge and an issue for all of us in terms of figuring out what to do with this. So what we are looking at this point is peak seasons, basically Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Sunday, with emphasis on the Monday and Sunday. Those being important days because Sunday follows Saturday and the beach insanity. It also follows, Monday follows Sunday, is the last time I looked at the calendar, and that ends up being also a heavy use day. On Friday, we tend to get some activities as well, obviously, but on Friday and Saturday, we are, during the summer season in particular, have maintenance workers scheduled in, one on Friday and one on Saturday. I mean, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, and they'll be there on Friday. So that's the recommendation. So it'll be 4 days. And then off-peak season, we look at Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, and there may be some flexing of that depending on weather, other schedules, and ability to work through. The key piece and the difference in this and why you're looking at an increase in the cost of this is that Abundant Grace is asking to go from 3 workers up to 5 workers per session. So that's where that significant kind of change comes from with that. We're also looking at obviously some expanded areas, but the primary point of this is that we go from 3 workers a session to 5 workers per session, which means that each and every session there's 2 additional people who are getting paid and are working and are hopefully building life skills that are important to them and for the community. So again, this requires reporting and documentation, and they've been following those rules and recommendations and working through those issues. And ultimately, we think that this has been very impactful. We just got some information just tonight, calculated out in terms of the major impacts here. So 161 work sessions in the last year, 538 workers, 972 bags of trash, and 20,000 pounds of trash removed from that point. And so that's just what they're doing. Our staff are doing a significant amount. There are nonprofits that are picking up garbage. There are good people in the community in that neighborhood that go out there and pick up loads of trash. We know and we see them and we thank them for that. So we are just, it's inundated with some poor behavior, frankly. And we are seeing more and more people leaving things just on the beach. And so this is an increasing challenge and issue. So, this is what, all that ends up looking like as they bring up their bags and the garbage and these things that are piled around. I'm amazed at how people cannot seem to open up that little door and put trash in the dumpster. They can't seem to open up any door or put anything in a trash can, but if they'd at least bag it, we're happy. And we go from there. And these are some of the good folks that are there. I think I recognize one folk there, one of the persons in the back there, I think, that's here tonight, and part of the crew. And again, we think this is just an incredible opportunity to both clean up our community and build life skills and employment history for folks. And we hope that you agree and believe in that, and the community does as well. So tonight, again, we're asking you to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 2 to this agreement. And this would extend for an additional fiscal year the pilot program and also expand additional $20,000 for a total of $80,000 for the program services. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Eric, do you want to say anything, or?
Thank you very much, Mayor Rohrbach and City Council. city staff. I just feel like this has been a successful project in many ways. We've been really grateful working with city staff to hash out all the details, and I'm especially grateful to Jennifer Chong and John, have both been really easy to work with, very helpful, very clear. And the real thanks, I appreciate the introduction, but real thanks goes to people like Juliana and Kevin and Rich, or Sean, who was here earlier, people who show up early. We can only hire a limited number of people, and we often have to hold a lottery, and so people who show up at 8, there's usually the same number of folks that don't get hired, and I appreciate expanding a little bit, which will also help us spread out and cover the expanded areas in the limited amount of time. But I want Juliana to be able to talk too. Go ahead.
I'm not really a public speaker, but I just wanted to thank everybody very much for funding our program, and I just really wanted to ask you to keep funding it so we can have more people work, because a lot of people do get turned away. And it's a wonderful program, helps a lot of people, helps the town, and if there's not garbage on the ground, it sets a precedent so other people don't litter. And so I'm here to represent for the whole cleanup crew, and that we love our town and we want it to be clean, and so we're all doing our part, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Talk about win-win. I have 3 speaker cards on this item. Jennifer Lockhart, followed by Stephen Mahler.
I love Abundant Grace and the whole cleanup crew. They are amazing. Thank you for funding this program. Thank you. I don't know who came up with it. I'm going to presume Eric, but it is brilliant, and I couldn't be more impressed. My questions are just specific to the plan. Number 1, when is peak season? What is considered peak season? I'm sorry, I don't know if that gets answered or not, but okay. Is it really April through November?
Primarily, it's April through November is what it is, yeah.
That's awesome, okay. And then the map that you showed on slide 5 is different than, and maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing, amendment 2, scope of services, attachment 2, sorry, draft scope of services.
Yes.
Lists out streets, and it's different than the map that you show. So I do want to make sure that Spruce Street truly is included. I see it circled there, but the list of streets in the scope of services skips Spruce. It lists Poplar, Filbert, Myrtle, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, Railroad, Kelly, Pilarcitos. It totally skips a little street that seems to get a whole lot of parking on it. So if you could please just...
It was intentionally to be there, but it was not. So it will be added to the list.
Thank you very much.
This is the scope. Thanks.
Excuse me, John, is Myrtle included? It's not on the map.
It's on the list.
Yeah.
So Myrtle, it'll go all the way to Myrtle. So we'll pick up Railroad to Myrtle, Spruce, Filbert, and Poplar Street.
Okay, thank you.
So I apologize.
Stephen Mahler, followed by Paulette Eisen.
Thank you again. I want to piggyback on all of the remarks, Jennifer's, myself, and others who have spoken. We live in this beautiful community very intentionally because we enjoy being here. This community offers an awful lot to us. And when folks come along who are willing to give of themselves and work to somehow become a part of this community, who have been disadvantaged in one way or another, and are willing to do the work that others might not be willing or able to do, the city has done everyone a great favor, as has Eric and all of the folks who are out there. So I just want to offer my gratitude to not only all of you, but to Eric, and especially to all of the hardworking people who come out every day with a smile on their faces and with dog treats and with other sorts of wonderful things, and always with a lot of gratitude and with a lot of energy, because it makes the experience of living here, which is already quite pleasant, even better. And so I just want to offer my thank yous.
Thank you, Stephen. Paulette Eisen is our last speaker.
Good evening. This is a really good program. I fully support it. I agree. I think it's a win-win. My concern is expansion. I understood in a previous presentation that a tremendous amount of time was being spent by the Abundant Grace workers on picking up horse manure. If this is not going to be part of the program going forward, then of course there would seem to be more time for the 3 workers to be doing other things in other areas. So the idea of expanding to 5, and John, I don't agree that the city should be looking at this as funding like a charity in terms of, having more workers just because you can have more workers and it's good for them. What we need is to keep the city clean, and if these 2 things can be married and properly worked, then fantastic, then it's a win-win. Otherwise, I really have an issue with the expansion. The other part of it is back to horse manure. The ranch is one thing, but then there's all the private people who have horses. What are they doing about picking up their horse manure, if anything? And if they're not, and we're not including this in the program, then I think that needs to be questioned. That's it.
Thank you, Paulette. Council?
Yeah, I have a couple of different things. So, great program. Thank you so much. And I've seen the workers out there myself, and I'm so appreciative. Similarly, feel like it's made a big difference. My big questions are, first of all, generally speaking, we're picking up garbage from people that aren't necessarily living in Half Moon Bay. So I look at the program as kind of like a San Mateo-ish issue, and I'm wondering what type of grants or ways of funding this program outside of just the city, and looking into the county as a whole, since it's not really Half Moon Bay garbage we're picking up, and figuring out what we can do from that perspective. I don't know if anything exists on that level, but just throwing it out there as some ideas. Also, back to the Seahorse Ranch piece, I don't know what the agreement is going to end up looking like when we go through it, but in terms of getting them to pay into the program that Abundant Grace is going through to be able to pick up the horse poop might be an option we can explore, because seemingly they're out there anyways and doing it. The expansion, Seahorse Ranch, San Mateo County grants, we talked about that. And then I'm curious, what I didn't see in the staff report, and I just love to see this stuff just for my own knowledge, and also for, I think, the public as well, is just the breakdown of how the money is spent, like what percent, it sounds like we have all this goes to the workers, what percent goes to administration, just all the various things, because I think it's a very useful use of public funds, but it's great to be able to share that with the public as well. And those are kind of my things. Obviously, I'm for it overall, but I'd love to see if we could, again, find other ways of funding it, A, through grants, San Mateo, and then B, through Seahorse Ranch as well.
I have no problem with the new program, the expanded program. I think it produces a lot of benefit for the community. A lot of people who live here see it and appreciate it. I've heard lots of really good things. It creates connections between the unsheltered population and other people in the community. It benefits the people who pick it up and the people who see it clean. So I think there's huge amounts of benefit here. And I agree. We can't expand it indefinitely and hire, 100 workers. But I think if we can make this a successful program and demonstrate success, I think we position ourselves for outside funding. People will, and I think our new communications specialist can play a role in alerting not just the community about this, but potential funders, people who live in the peninsula. Maybe we place things in the San Mateo Daily Journal about what we're doing. But I just see it as not just a win-win, but a win-win-win-win-win. Just multiplies in many different ways. So I'm totally in favor of it. I do think this is just a piece of the puzzle, as our city manager was mentioning earlier this evening. I think that education has to be a really big piece going forward, not just enforcement, and we do need enforcement. We're going to talk about that, I think, during the budget. But education. I was reading an article about how in Japan, they don't have a litter problem, and the reason is they have a culture of tidiness, right? From an early age, kids are taught to, pick up their rooms, pick up the trash. It's a part of the culture. Clearly, it's, people are being raised by wolves. I mean, that's kind of what the net, outcome is. And we're not going to change that, right, overnight. But we can educate people on best practices while you're visiting here. And I want us to do that. I want us to spend time communicating and educating people about what we expect as a community. I want us to spend resources on that. So to me, it's a public health and safety issue. When people complain about, the beachgoers and the trash, it's really not a minor problem. It's getting worse, and it is a legitimate public health and safety issue. So I think we need to apply resources to it and listen to people and, develop solutions based on what's going on. That requires listening and visiting the sites and all that stuff. So being a beach community, to me, it's a considerable problem, and it's getting worse. And to me, it's a priority. It's part of our wanting to keep up our infrastructure, not just our hardscapes, but our greenscapes and our neighborhoods and all that. So to me, it's really big, and I'm grateful for staff. I think it was staff who actually came up with this idea and then, worked with Eric on developing it. And it's one of the things that makes me very proud of our staff, that they came up with the idea, they came up with a way to implement it, and it's become successful. So I find it really exciting. So.
Yeah, I just want a personal thank you to Eric and his crew, not just for the work that you do, but for the professionalism that you've shown in doing the work. It is one thing for the city to say, okay, let's hire some people to do work for the city and pay them a small amount to do this work, but to manage the crew, to make sure that the workers that are working are being taken care of, are being responsible in their work, and then to have the reporting that Eric has done back to staff to show what's been accomplished and what's been happening, and that communication and professionalism that he's shown. I want to thank you for that.
May I have a motion, please?
I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute Amendment Number 2 to the Professional Services Agreement with Abundant Grace for coastal cleanup services.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Eric. And staff. You're right. The next item on our agenda is amendment number 4, the professional services agreement with Four Leaf Incorporated for building and engineering contract services. Maz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Oscar Brazilian, city engineer. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the contract amendment for building and engineering contract services for fiscal year 2019-20. The recommendation is to continue the current contract with Four Leaf that provides a number of staff to support and augment our building and engineering services department in the amount of $648,160. Here's a brief background and timeline of how we got to this point. I apologize for the number of words on this page, but just briefly, we started working with Four Leaf in June of 2018 when we were looking for public works inspection services to support engineering staff. Previously, we had a number of PG&E projects that came through, and we had contracted with Valley Cooper to provide oversight of those contracts. However, with the PG&E projects coming to a close and the need for a true inspector versus a project manager was identified, we had the opportunity to contract with Four Leaf, and there was a local resident, Ferris Hicks, who was shopped to us, and we met him, and it really hit off. And since then, we've slowly increased their overall support and shied away from some of the other support services that we've had with other contractors. In some of the more recent developments, some of our consulting staff actually migrated to Four Leaf. Brian Lee and Jerry Schnell are building inspector and officials. So with that, that's the reason why we're coming here tonight. So the services for fiscal year 2019-2020, what we're looking at is a building official inspector / inspector. It's a kind of a hybrid position. That would be Jerry Schnell at 40 hours a week for the entire fiscal year to provide building inspections and plan checks. We have a project manager and resident engineer, which is Brian Lee, at 16 hours a week to continue support on our capital projects and management. For most notably is the completion of the library was one of Brian's projects. But we're looking at the Ted Adcock Community Center remodel, as well as the Sheriff's Substation and a couple of other projects. And then as well as the Public Works Inspector, Ferris Hicks, who's going to continue providing inspection of utility projects, private development, and capital improvements. Four Leaf also does provide off-site plan check services, which is wrapped into this contract. One thing I wanted to note was these positions were looked at, carried over from other contracts. We had Valley Cooper at one point and CSG. What we've actually seen is not just that we've continued to have the same staff at the city, which is great, having that continual internal knowledge, but we've also been able to budget better in that the hourly rates are more favorable to the city. So we saw it as a win-win when this opportunity came up. So for fiscal year 2019-2020, for the budget, now the way that this contract, it seems like a large value on the face of it, but there are several funding sources that are supporting this contract. We have estimated building permit revenues, which would be supporting a lot of the plan check and the inspection services. We have that estimated at $250,000 for this upcoming year. Engineering permit revenue is anticipated to be about $134,000. That's your grading permits, your encroachment permits, the things of that nature. And then on the capital improvement side, we've started to shift the funding, rather than being in the operational budget, to the actual capital improvement project. So if the project is identified as a need and the council decides to move forward on it, we can do so with the budget that's in place. Now, if there's a project that we want to rearrange the priority, we have that flexibility to do so. and not have an impact on our budget. On the contract. So again, this is a not to exceed contract amount, but the way we've got it structured, we have that flexibility in each different project and program that we're working out of. So again, I wanted to put the motion up here for this particular contract. Just to make a note, one thing that we've considered and we've talked about internally and we will still consider is whether at some point it makes sense to bring these services in-house. We've had this conversation and we're going to continue having these conversations. But given the importance of some of the projects coming up, we wanted to move forward on this contract tonight for the next fiscal year while we go through that process. This also provides us flexibility in times where maybe we have an economic downturn. We don't have to go through any layoff process. We can simply just reduce the amount of on-call services that we're asking for based on the need. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions? I have one. It just strikes me as a little strange that Brian and Jerry were working for the city and now they're going to a private company that's going to be contracting with the city. Do I have that right?
So they were actually consultants. Both Jerry and Brian were consultants with different consulting firms.
Okay, that's very different. Thank you.
Well, I guess I'm happy. I didn't quite see in the report how we were paying for it necessarily, so I'm happy that you addressed all that aspect of it, because that was one of my questions. And then just in terms of, I'll challenge you on this one. You ready? You probably have this one ready, but like you mentioned that we'd moved away from certain contractors. What contractors have we moved away from in order to go this route?
So there was 2 consulting contracts that we had previously. So on the building side, it was the contract with CSG consultants that was providing our permitting software, our building inspection, and our building oversight and plan check. So now that's so rather than having CSG doing that work, it's now 4Leaf that's doing that work. And the nice thing is that we get to keep the continuity of staff and knowledge, and that institutional knowledge. And then on the project management inspection side, it was Valley Cooper that was providing those services prior. And we looked at our specific need in the public works inspector. Before we had a project manager that was overseeing some of that utility coordination work. Back in 2017 when PG&E came through and did quite a bit of work throughout town. So that individual was through Valley Cooper, as well as Brian Lee, our project manager. So now he's with 4Leaf. Yeah.
What does 4-leaf refer to? Is it a 4-leaf clover?
It does. That's their logo is a 4-leaf clover.
Okay.
To move to authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 4 to the professional services agreement with 4Leaf Incorporated, 4Leaf, in an amount not to exceed $648,160 for building and engineering contract services.
A second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Maz. The last item on our agenda is a big one. It's the fiscal year 2019-20 recommended budget. Matthew and Jennifer.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll start this one out by giving a brief introduction. We are very pleased to be before you tonight with the draft proposed budget for fiscal year 2019-20. This has been an iterative process, as you know. We went through some of the history of the steps that the council went through 2 weeks ago at the meeting when we had a study session. And just to remind you of the last couple steps, 2 meetings ago, the capital improvement plan was before you, and that was kind of in the form of a study session. And then at the last meeting, We brought kind of the high points of the operating budget in a study session format to kind of give you a flavor of what was going to be coming before you when we released the draft document. And then here we are today. And what you have in front of you is the draft document, and it is a draft budget at this point, even down to the cover on the front. We actually had several photos that we chose from and voted on internally. This one actually, although it's very nice, and it was one of my favorites of the snowy plovers on the beach, it came in second place. And so the final version will probably have a different cover, but we just wanted to make that clear so it's distinguished from the draft, and we make sure that the draft goes into the garbage can when we get the final one done. So the plan is, there's several, I just want to make it clear that it's in draft form. There's some, you might have noticed that there's some pages missing. There are certain elements that didn't make it into the draft. The most prominent probably is the city manager's budget message. That will be in the next version. That's the message that I bring to the city, kind of the high level. Here is your proposed budget for next year. The resolutions that you will adopt in 2 weeks are not included yet. Those will be included in the final document. There's another legal document, the GAN appropriation limit. There's a few things that were not included. Since we released the document last Friday, we have noticed a few typos and a few financial adjustments that we need to make, so we'll be making those between now and 2 weeks from now. And then, of course, any direction we receive from your council or the public in this meeting tonight, we'll be incorporating those. So the plan is there'll be a second draft. Essentially, I think there's enough changes that what we'll do is, instead of giving you an addendum that can get confusing on what the changes are, we'll probably just reprint the thing, and you'll get another one of these for the 18th. And it'll be at that meeting then that we come before you one last time, any final questions, any final input from the community, and we will bring before you essentially 3 recommendations: approve the operating budget for fiscal year 1920, approve the 5-year capital improvement plan for the 5 years going forward, and then there's a legal resolution that you also approve to make it official at that point in time. So that's the game plan. A couple more comments just before I introduce Matthew and Jennifer to go through the information tonight. In the staff report in front of you, it starts out with some of the accomplishments from last year, and I just thought I'd read a few of those because I think it's important to note that a lot got done in the last year, and a lot of it happened certainly before I got here and was ongoing, and now that I've been here 6 or 7 months, we continue to get a lot done in accordance with the council's priorities and what we hear from the community. So I'm just going to touch on 5 that I picked from the list on page 2. The second one, I think it is, completed 7 of 9 chapters of the local coastal plan amendment and achieved significant process-related milestones. This is obviously a huge effort. You're aware of it. It's been before you before. I believe Jill Ickes is still in the audience, but something we're very proud of, very big item, and we're very happy that we made those milestones in the last fiscal year, and you can see in the comment the document is scheduled to be completed in the next fiscal year, so we're very excited to have that on the list, something to get done this year. Next, I just want to draw attention to the Parks Master Plan. That was adopted last year. Again, a very big monumental task, and this is going to guide the city for the next 20-25 years on park improvements, enhancements to parks, new parks, etc. That was a big item. I'm skipping down a little further. Another recreation item, increased the number of program offerings by nearly 30% and increased enrollment from 762 to 982 participants. I thought this was a really cool metric, and you'll see tonight, and you also saw 2 weeks ago, one of the recommendations, one of the key recommendations is a new position in Parks and Recreation, a new recreation leader. So we're excited about that. And then finally, I wanted to mention the city's first Coastside Community Emergency Preparedness Day. You heard about that tonight from a few of the public members who spoke, thought it was a great event. And what you also heard from them, I think, is kind of in concurrence with the priorities that were set, and that is that emergency preparedness for many people that we hear from should be a priority, and the council agreed and made it one of the top 5 priorities. So I just wanted to highlight some of those accomplishments. And then just a reminder, and you'll probably see this in the slides, I think everyone's beginning to hear these things and become familiar with them, but what are the 5 priorities for this fiscal year and looking ahead 2 years? Number 1, affordable housing. by far and large the number one priority. Emergency preparedness, you heard that tonight. Traffic and transportation demand management, being a leader or modeling the way in sustainability, being seen as a green city, a sustainable city was very important. And then finally, establishing a $15 minimum wage. So those are the priorities, and again, it was that process that led us in the decisions we made and choices we made in bringing forward the proposed budget to you on how we wanted to propose ways of spending money so we could complete those priorities. I think that completes my remarks. Again, we'll be back on the 18th for final adoption. The focus today is going to be a little different than what you saw 2 weeks ago. We focused on the general fund. Today, Matthew and Jennifer are going to focus on all the other funds that are not the general fund. They're also going to focus on the departmental budgets, and then they're going to focus on the CIP, and Jennifer will complete with that. We'll then take any questions, any comments from the public, and with that, we'll then go back to our offices for the next 2 weeks and get that final draft ready for your adoption in 2 weeks. So, Matthew and Jennifer, you're up.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate the introduction, and glad to be here with you, council members. So as Bob mentioned, we will reiterate a few of the things we talked about at the last meeting as far as context goes, because it'll help with the discussion today, but it'll also help other members of the community that maybe didn't see the presentation 2 weeks ago to understand how our budget's created and where our funding sources come from. So I'll give a brief introduction on the budget. We'll talk about the overview of the budget development, and then we'll look in more detail in the department budgets and some of the changes there. We'll look at our different funds. The general fund is our primary funding source for most of the programs that we offer, but we have a variety of other funds, discrete areas where money is set aside for specific types of work. And then Jennifer she's in an interim role here, working in finance on the budget project, but has been with our Public Works Department for several years and working on the capital improvement program. She'll be presenting you with additional details about that. Yes, and I will be the one to say that was her idea. So her brainchild, and she did it. So we're excited about that and glad to see it moving forward. And then we'll make a few recommendations just in moving forward in the process. So the budget timeline, as we discussed before, involves quite a bit of community input. I think we've done a great job here as a city overall in being more transparent and including public involvement and input more. And I think it's really had a positive impact on the community, on staff, and on your role as council members. And the budget process reflects that. You know, we start with our community listening sessions. We held 4 of those in March. We had your strategic planning retreat at the end of March, and that's where those 5 priorities were voted on, and you reiterated kind of the high-level strategic elements that guide everything we do here at the city. On May 16th, we convened the Finance Subcommittee, which is 2 members of this council, to talk about our budget process and where we're going and make sure that we're on the right track. And then, as Bob mentioned, we've had study sessions on the budget, on the capital improvement plan, and other recommendations. Today, we talk about the draft recommended budget, which is mostly complete, and we'll continue to be verifying numbers and making final tweaks and correcting typos and those things. And ideally, we will bring to you on June 18th what is as close to a final budget as possible, and pending any minor tweaks you might have at that meeting. That's what will be adopted and produced into the adopted budget book. So just to go back, the way we build the budget is we start from the prior year's budget as our base. And then we apply certain assumptions to that budget. We look at, what's been redistributed, what's changed as far as our operations go, and then we apply these assumptions to figure out what it costs to provide the same services at the same levels in today's dollars, looking basically at inflation. So from a revenue assumption, we estimate a 3% increase in the transient occupancy tax, the property tax, and the sales and use tax. And then all of our other revenues, we look at a 2% increase, and that includes other tax sources, other fees that we charge, and other services we provide that generate revenue. When we talk about expenditures, looking at personnel, we are assuming 42 full-time positions. That is full-time permanent staff here. We currently have 39, and this new budget proposes 3 additional positions, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And we've updated our contributions for pension payments, salary step increases, staff that are accomplishing their goals and getting their regular salary increases, and then the 2.5% cost of living allowance, which is negotiated into the contracts with the staff. All other expenditure assumptions, we apply a flat 3% increase, and that includes any of our contract workers that we have. So as I mentioned, we have these 3 main revenue sources. Transient occupancy tax is the largest. This is the tax that we charge to individuals who stay in hotels and other visitor establishments here on the coast, overnight visitor establishments. And we're estimating a small increase to $6.8 million in revenue this year. It's been steadily increasing for quite a while, and this is one we'll keep a close eye on, especially as we start thinking about a possible recession and how a recession might impact that income source. Property taxes are our next highest revenue source. As you know, we get just a small portion of property taxes here in Half Moon Bay. Other portions go to the school district, to the county, the fire district, and other special districts here on the coast. But it is still a significant portion of our budget, and again, projecting a modest increase to that at $3.36 million. And then sales and use tax is the 3rd highest revenue source, and we have pretty modest sales tax rates compared to other cities here in San Mateo County, and we're estimating $2.9 million in revenue from sales and use tax. I will point out that at our last meeting, council gave staff direction to explore increasing the transient occupancy tax. We currently charge 12% per night on the rental fees, and at the time that was established, that was a pretty high rate. It is still the standard here in San Mateo County, but we are the tourist destination in San Mateo County, and most other tourist destinations are more like 14-15%. So there's an opportunity to increase revenue there if we do an increase to the transient occupancy tax, and that would have to be done through the voters, and so that's something we'll be looking at over the next year. Other taxes, again, mild increases in other revenues, depending on their sources. Actually, we see some expected decreases, but overall, we expect about $17 million in general fund revenue this coming fiscal year. So a few significant budget changes, especially those tied to your priorities. We have $2.1 million in our housing fund, our affordable housing fund. That is money that has come from fees from developments, and it's not a fund that grows often on its own because it takes a major development to receive those fees. So we are proposing to add $300,000 from the general fund to that fund to bring it to $2.4 million. And as we mentioned last week, in the coming months, we expect there to be a workshop to talk about the policy and the process for allocating those funds for hopefully stimulating some low-income housing developments here in Half Moon Bay. Under emergency preparedness, there's additional funding for a variety of activities, but we just wanted to point out that we plan to fund our 2nd annual Emergency Preparedness Day for the community. Under traffic and transportation demand management, we've created a new neighborhood traffic safety program, and that will look at improvements within the neighborhoods to improve traffic flow and safety for pedestrians, bicyclists, and other users of the streets here in Half Moon Bay. Under sustainability, one of the 3 positions we're proposing to add this year would be a new sustainability programs manager in Public Works. The full cost for that, including benefits, is $154,000 per year. About half of that will actually come from administrative fees we receive from Republic Services under the franchise agreement. And And so the net impact is about $75,000, a little bit more than that per year. And this will allow us to expand internally a lot of our sustainability programs within our Public Works Department, and a one-time cost to fund climate action and adaptation plan preparation. And this is a plan that is something that we should have in place and will actually help us become eligible for grant funding and other sources of funding. So we think it's a wise investment. And then under $15 minimum wage, we expect that there will be a need for a consultant to help with some of the survey work and information gathering that we would do as part of that process, and then a lot of community outreach. So we're estimating about $20,000 in our community services budget for that. So the three new positions I've just mentioned: the Sustainability Programs Manager, which is partially funded, a new maintenance worker in our Public Works Department. It's $115,000 per year. As you recall, we have a contract with a maintenance provider at the new library. It was something we thought was necessary with the new technology, new systems that are in place over in the new library, and making sure that we onboarded that building properly and got up to speed on how those systems work and need to be maintained. Public Works believes that we're ready to bring someone in-house to do that work, and it'll actually result in a cost savings for a full-time position. And the benefit there especially is that the contract position is part-time. And so we're going to get a full-time position at a lower cost, and that will allow them to do the same work at the library, plus hopefully do additional work here in the community. So there's a real benefit there. The third position would be our rec leader position for $74,000 full cost. And the main purpose of this is really to stabilize our staffing here in recreation, make sure that we can fully staff not only the Ted Adcock Community Center, but have staff available for the other locations that we rent in the city. We've got the new community room at the library, which we have access to nights and some weekends. And we've got the train depot and our different parks. And our hope is that first and foremost, we can really staff those well enough to have the right oversight in those facilities. But additionally, a new rec leader will allow us to add some new city-run programs. I know they're already working on a softball league, and those types of programs, which would be hard to contract out to a contract instructor, a new rec leader could bring some of that in. So we're hoping to increase programming. And we know from comments last week, we hope to have somebody that can especially work with the youth and Spanish-speaking community. We also created a new communications department this year. As you know, our city clerk's been promoted to communications director and city clerk. And the cost of that new communications department is $380,000 per year. $330,000 of that is internal transfers. It's already funding that we've been spending in other departments, a lot of it in the city manager's office. And that just shifts over to that department for things like advertising, marketing costs, outreach materials, and obviously the position of communications specialist, and you met Colleen here tonight. We are estimating in this first year new funds of $48,000 to purchase new equipment and prepare for the new department, the new staff, and provide some specialized training. That number will probably go down next year. And we know that we're doing an increased contribution to our CIP. Last year is about $1.9 million. This year we're proposing $3 million. We have a lot of projects in the hopper that are ready for implementation, and the time is right, and we have the funding to do it. It is unlikely that we'd make a contribution like this in the future to the CIP. It really will be based on our availability of funding and other programs, but this is a great year to do this and get a lot of these projects completed or well underway, and we have the funding available to do it. And then the final significant budget change we wanted to point out, and we will talk more about this later on in the presentation, is an increase of $326,000 to the sheriff's contract. So again, I'll talk a little bit more about that later on in the presentation. So we also have talked about a new economic uncertainty reserve, and just so we can be really clear on what this is, we have an operating reserve that is mandated in our code at 30% of our operating budget. And the purpose of that reserve is really, this is the savings account that we hold all the time, and it has to be there all the time because there could be a natural disaster, there could be a financial disaster where we can't get some of our tax revenues. We have to be able to maintain operations after a disaster where we may not be receiving revenues, and the operating reserves account is what provides for that. That money sits there all the time, and we would only use it in an emergency, but it needs to remain there. The Economic Uncertainty Reserve account that we're proposing is really looking forward to what we expect to be a recession. We're overdue for it by all economic cycle predictions. And so the idea of this reserve is really, it's money we're putting away to smooth through that period so that we don't have to reduce services and programs, hopefully not have to lay off staff, and allow the city to continue to provide core programs through a time of recession. If we get through a recession and we were able to do it without using that reserve, that money then would be available to go back into the general fund to be utilized for programs and projects and other items. But one of the things I think we'll talk about in the coming year is really developing a policy and a plan for how that money would be put away, and then how and when we would use it, and at what point would we make it back available to the general fund. So our target for that is 20% of the operating budget, which is $3.2 million. Our estimated contribution this year is somewhere in the realm of $2 million. Once we have all the numbers finalized and tweaked, really that funding is what we have left over as uncommitted reserves. So that we plan to have that number pinned down so that it's in the June 18th document, June 18th meeting. A big chunk of that is coming from the elimination of the Main Street Bridge Reserve. We have a Main Street Bridge Fund, and we believe that it is now funded enough to move forward with the project, and this additional $1.5 million, which we've been holding on to, in case there was something that happened with that project that we needed additional funding, we'd have it available. We don't believe that's necessary any longer, and we think a better use of it is to move it into this Economic Uncertainty Reserve. One other note is on debt service. We've been paying $590,000 a year on our judgment obligation bonds for the Beechwood settlement. We are going to make one final, very large one-time payment in August of this year and satisfy those debts. And so that will be gone. And actually, we'll have about $400,000 that will come back, presumably into the Economic Uncertainty Reserve as a result of that final payment. That will be offset on an ongoing basis because we will begin making payments on our county library loan of $600,000 a year for the next 10 years. They were generous enough to structure it in a way that we wouldn't be paying both debts at the same time. So we will continue to make those $600,000 payments for the next 10 years. And that is what remains of our debt as a city, which is a fantastic place to be. Okay, at this point, I'm going to get into the department budgets a little more detail so you can understand how we're spending our money within the departments. One thing you're going to notice is there's going to be a lot of ups and downs. One of the things we've been able to do with now having a permanent city manager and a chance to really look at our city operations is to reallocate some of the work that we're doing among different departments and make sure that the funding's in the right places. And so one of the things we're excited about is as we come out of this budget, we're going to have a much better handle of what's being spent where and making sure that those funds are being spent appropriately and in the right amounts, or budgeted in the right amounts. And you'll see a couple of slides here where we'll talk about that. So the overall department spending is $15,322,000 this year. There's other spending that's going on, but this is kind of our direct services from our departments. So for the city manager's office, we have a reduction in our actual city manager unit, which is kind of the administration team, and that is mostly due to the transfer of several responsibilities from city manager's office to our new communications director. So communications services and grant writing, grant management services, those have moved to that department, and so there's a offset in the city clerk's department, communications department for that. Recreation services, the only increase there is really for the new recreation leader. Everything there remains, we think, pretty flat for this year, but as that new rec leader comes on board and starts to implement new programs, we're hoping to see increased revenues there as well. And then community services, you see a pretty significant increase over last year, and that's an area where we've moved a lot of funding from other areas into that department. For instance, the CSFA grants, our nonprofit grants, have been previously funded in the city council budget. We moved that into the community services department where it's managed, so it's just a shuffle of the money there. We've also, though, put money here for work on the census. We're working very closely with the county right now. We want to help with outreach and working with the community to make sure we get a proper count here in Half Moon Bay. And then the $15 minimum wage will be funded out of here, so outreach and working with a consultant there. So that's the majority of the funding increases in that division. The net is pretty flat CMO budget from last year. City Attorney's Office, all you see here is a reflected 3% increase in costs, and that's it. We're, I think, finding a rhythm now with how we work with the City Attorney's Office and using them as a really valuable resource, but also using them when they're needed and answering our own questions when we can answer them ourselves. So I think we're in a good spot right now with Catherine and her team. Communications, city clerk. The city clerk budget goes down significantly, slightly, because our city clerk now is splitting her time between communications and the clerk's office duties. And then, of course, an increase from nothing for communications, but most of that is coming from other departments, and we have about a $48,000 net increase there. Administrative services, you'll see there's some ups and some downs, a net impact of a reduction of 3%. The reduction is a result of the elimination of an executive level position there, as we've combined both administrative services and finance departments into one. We do have some increased costs during that transition time, and we'll have a better handle on what that budget looks like as we hire our new administrative services director and fill some of those positions over the next year. Public Works, a significant increase in the administration department. That's mostly the new program manager position, which will be budgeted there. And then we also have the consultant for the CAP, what does that acronym mean?
Climate Action and Adaptation.
Climate Action and Adaptation Plan funding also will be in that budget. Engineering remains mostly flat, and Public Works and Facilities Maintenance goes down slightly due to the reduction of the maintenance contract at the library services and then offset by the new position. Community development, significant increase in the overall community development division of the department. This is really reflected by a decrease in contract costs to that department, really just to reflect the actual need. Right now, that's a department that's grown over the last couple of years, and there's been a decrease in contractors providing similar services, and so we have a significant decrease this year, and then some minor increases in planning and building services. And that's really due to the position that was added last year, the community preservation specialist, and that is split between those two divisions among their duties. Overall, the department has just a very minor increase this year. And then public safety, an increase of 14%. There's some small increases to our contracts for animal control and public safety dispatch services just for cost of living. The majority of this increase is related to our contract with the Sheriff's Office, and we'll talk a little bit about that now. I'll share some of the details, and I think Bob may have some things to share on that as well. The original contract with the Sheriff's Office began back in June of 2011. There's been 10 amendments since then to the contract, some to change the service levels and to add additional staff, others just cost of living increases over the years. That contract actually expires at the end of this month. And so we've been actively working with the Sheriff's Office to negotiate a new contract with them. Our budget last year for Sheriff Services was $3.13 million. The proposed budget for this coming fiscal year in the new contract is $3.46 million. It's an increase of $327,000, and that includes cost of living increases. The county renegotiated their contracts with all their labor units, including the deputies and sergeants. And then there's also an increase based on better alignment for the services receiving and the costs that those incur. And with that, I think I'll maybe give Bob a chance to chime in on this.
Sure, thank you, Matthew. Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment and underscore this contract and the Public Safety Department because it is such a large part of the city's budget. I mean, it is very important. We heard comments tonight from the public when we were talking about our challenges at the beach, about enforcement, and some frustration about, enforcing laws that we have, how we go about it. And it obviously is a very important service and contract that we have. Public safety is one of our #1 priorities, and we always keep that in mind. When you look at the general fund budget, I believe there was a pie chart in the staff report that kind of broke down general fund expenditures by percentage, and it is the largest department that we have. It's slightly over 20% of the general fund. So it's very important, very critical relationship that we have with the sheriff. And being the newcomer, I look back and have started to develop the relationship with Sal and his team and the team that backs him up at headquarters, and realized how important that relationship is, and started to understand kind of the history of what the city had to go through to make that decision to move from having an in-house police force to a sheriff's contract. And you can see on the slide that was done about 9 years ago now. And yeah, I'm here to say that after being here 6 or 7 months, I think it's a great relationship, a great partnership, and I think both agencies benefit by this partnership. Certainly, we're going to have challenges. There's going to be crime. There's going to be incidents. There's going to be frustration about how we go about enforcing our laws. There's always going to be that. But I think the best we can do is work collaboratively with the sheriff and their team. And because of the sheer scale of what the county sheriff provides, it's just impossible for a small city like us to match what's there, what's behind them, behind the deputies, behind Sal, and what they can provide when the going gets tough. So it has been a good experience for me. It came up this year that we had to negotiate that. And what you're seeing is kind of some back and forth between us and the county sheriff. I think we landed on a good spot. I think I would have preferred a little bit longer contract because I do think it's good, so longer is better. But we landed on 3 years, and I think that's kind of the sweet spot for now. And we'll see how that goes. And I think as the relationship just continues to strengthen, we'll move in a position where we can solidify that and even go longer term. So what you're seeing in front of you is their increase. There is 2 parts to that. We touched on it last time. What Matthew is showing you kind of as he goes through all the other departments is a combination of changes in those departments. Some of it is just your basic, call it cost of living for lack of a better term, of salaries going up, supplies and materials going up, utility costs going up, et cetera. But he was also showing you big swings in some of the departments because we were moving money around. Well, some of that's a little bit what's going on in the sheriff's department. So of the $327,000 increase, about $176,000 of that is their, call it again, cost of living increase. All this information was presented to us by the sheriff and his team about their, what salaries they're experiencing, the increases in those salaries, the increase in their pension costs, supplies and materials, et cetera. And then the second component of that is kind of where some of the negotiation landed. And we landed on around $150,000 that we would apply, and we're showing it here, the sub-bullet point is this service cost alignment. And so after 8 years of experience with the sheriff, as that contract was originally cobbled together back in 2011, certain assumptions were made about how the services would be provided and how the deputies would work, how a mutual aid kind of would work between deputies working within the city, but still being maybe called to services outside the city, being called to Montero for something, and vice versa. And I think that's one of the advantages of the contract, is that works both ways and is seamless. And you heard Sal tonight, maybe, again, there's issues that we're going to be working on at Poplar Beach, but when it came down to the facts of how many deputies had to go out there at some point in time and disperse people from that parking lot, it was more than what we have. We only have 2 deputies at any one time, but including the sergeant, apparently 5 deputies were on scene, 4 deputies and the sergeant, to take on that task. And so that's what's going on back and forth. And after 8 years of experience, what we're finding, of course, and I don't think maybe this is any surprise, being that the city is larger than the unincorporated areas that incorporate us, we were actually getting quite a deal from the sheriff in terms of the service we were getting, both in the deputy's time, the sergeant's time, and then even going all the way up to Sal's time. So the $150,000 is our correction of this alignment. We're going to continue to get the good services we get from the sheriff. We're going to continue to get enhanced services when we need them. When we call on Sal and say, hey, it's going to be a tough summer season, what can you do? He's going to step forward and provide those additional services. We're going to work together to come up with ideas. Are there ways we can actually purchase some equipment that would help you? The idea about maybe if they had a quad, they could be more effective. Those kind of things they're going to do. Once the contract is signed, they don't nickel and dime us. They don't say, well, that's going to cost. There's no extras in this contract. From that point in time, they do their job, which is public safety. And so I think that's the way it works. And so that's what's going on here in the increase. They were comfortable with a 3-year increase. I think there's going to be some wiggle room as we go through year 1, year 2, year 3. The plan is to have the contract back before your council on June 18th, 2 weeks from now. Again, I wanted to take a little time now because that'll come back. We'll answer any questions you have tonight. We'll answer any questions you have then. But that will be the first time you're seeing the extension, so we want to make sure you're comfortable with it. We want to make sure the public's comfortable with it. Ample opportunity that we're not just kind of moving into what is a fairly large contract, $3.7 million, and kind of commits us to the next 3 years. So we wanted to make sure that opportunity was there, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. I don't want to kind of go into a sideshow now. If you have the questions, let's take them, but then we can turn it back to the rest of the budget presentation.
I'm not sure I fully understand the services cost alignment. It sounds as if what you're saying is we've been getting services from the sheriff's office that we haven't been paying for in the past. And we are now going to be accountable for those. We're now going to start paying. Am I interpreting that correctly?
That's right. And just to put a number on that, I think it helps if you actually have the numbers. So back to when the contract was originally negotiated back in 2011, an assumption was simply made, and I don't know, no one really knows for sure what science was applied to this percentage, but an assumption of 11.28, pretty precise, but for whatever reason, 11.28% would be the amount of credit we would get for the fact that our deputies were serving going outside the city limits. We now have 8 years of statistics that actually shows, and I don't have the exact percentage, but that, okay, yeah, we get some credit for that, but we're getting deputy time, and they keep track of all their hours. And so, yeah, essentially, over the past several years, maybe going back to the beginning of the contract, we've been getting a really good deal. And again, I think it goes to kind of the just the approach that the sheriff takes. Once the contract is signed, a deal is a deal. They're a part of our team. They're here to do their job. They're not going to nickel and dime and say, okay, if you want extra police officers at the Pumpkin Festival, we're going to have to charge you extra for that. We're going to have to, if you want a little extra work on the beach, we're going to, that's just not how they approach it. So this has been going on, and we looked over all the numbers, and we're satisfied that, yeah, we are really getting a good deal, and we want to keep that good deal going. But we thought it was fair, and this is kind of a down payment on that. It was not the full gap, but it was a place that both entities felt was comfortable, was an amount that I thought I could recommend to you that would show good faith that we were chipping away at the services that we're getting.
Thank you. That explains it.
Let me just chime in on that. So I think, I don't know how many of us up here on council were here, but I know you were definitely here during the time period where we had our own police force in Half Moon Bay, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall or do you remember like the cost differences associated, or should we be looking at that before we sign a contract of this size and magnitude, before we just go ahead? I mean, obviously we like the services, we appreciate what we've been getting. I don't remember what the cost savings were at the time, but if they were so significant, it might not even be worth it. but should that be part of our process?
Well, I wasn't here during the transition, but I do remember, reading in the newspaper.
That's all I remember.
That, that it was a really good deal.
Yeah.
And, we were getting professional service. We had some really good community policing when we had our own police force, I thought. But, we also had I probably shouldn't say this, we also had a police force, that was sort of a lot more political too. I mean, they were in the community, it was just, so I think that we've gotten a really good deal for the money that we're laying out. We've got people with, gang experience. It's kind of like, we went to CAL FIRE because we live in an area where we're subject to wildfires, right? So you want a firefighting agency that can fight large-scale fires, right? And so in terms of policing, we had the issues that could be served better by, sort of a regional, public safety force, if you will. So we're getting more services for the dollar. And I think when you look at that from a cost-effective basis, it has seemed to me when I've looked at it that it seems like a good deal. I don't have the numbers handy in my head, but I don't know, people say, well, let's have our own police force again, but I think when the council made the decision to go, they made it, for the right reasons and then, good data. So I wouldn't go back.
I want to second that. Talk about win-wins. Contracting with the county sheriff has saved the city money, and also I believe we have a much more professional police force than when we had our politically motivated, to use her word, police force. So I'm violently in agreement that we should continue with this contract.
I'll third that. I think there's a sophistication and depth of service that we get now. Folks coming in, sometimes committing crimes from around the county, so we have a much more broader net of police intelligence and coverage. So, and also the fact that, you're willing just to be, the Sheriff's Department was willing to be very open with us and saying, yeah, we're not going to nickel and dime you. Guys have been getting a great deal, and I really appreciate Bobby providing that context for what that value's been, and paying fair value just builds real trust, and it's a good relationship, so appreciate that.
Go ahead.
In addition to that, we are a coast side. We are not just a city, and when an accident happens on the edge of Half Moon Bay, there's no question about who's going to take care of it. It's not going to be community police from Half Moon Bay. It's going to be our sheriffs. So I think it's a much more practical way to approach things.
I want to point out, and it's in the staff report and things, but we get so many community programs in the sheriff's office, right? I mean, they know the people in the community. They have lots of school programs. They have programs for women, young women. They take them on trips to Washington, D.C. I mean, our community benefits a lot from those sort of community-oriented programs, and there's lots of them, right? They're really integrated into the community, and I think that's terrific. People would like, I think, more community policing, but I think what we get is really phenomenal, so.
Okay. I'm going to continue with the budget presentation, and again, we can take any other questions on this later on as well. So as Bob mentioned, we've spent up until now the discussions around the budget really around the general fund, and that is the largest fund we have and where most of our funding is spent. But I did want to go through our other funds just so you have an idea of what's happening there and what those funds are and what kind of funding we have available there. So we have 4 categories of other funds. We have enterprise funds, and that's really our sewer operations and sewer capital fund. We have special revenue and capital projects funds. That's a variety of funds that, we have our Main Street Bridge Fund there. we have the road fund and the gas tax revenues come into that fund. The traffic mitigation fund, which is, again, where you get fees from developments that go into this fund to be used towards traffic efforts. Our housing fund is there, and that, again, I've mentioned that fund is mostly funded through developer fees. The library fund is there, a variety of different funds, and this is where most of our capital project work comes out of, these different funds. We also have internal service funds, so we have vehicle replacement fund, equipment replacement fund. It's a fund where we throw money in a little bit at a time, and then when we have to make a big purchase like a truck or a tractor or something, that funding's already there. So it's kind of a savings account to build towards, vehicles and equipment that are going to wear out over time, and we have to constantly be thinking about replacing them. And then in that internal service funds, we also have our pension stabilization fund, which is where we have money that protects us from big swings or changes in our pension costs through the CalPERS. And the last is the debt service fund, and that's where we've been putting money for the settlement obligation funds for Beechwood, and that fund is going to be zeroed out next year. So when you look at the changes, there's some significant changes here just because a lot of these are capital accounts, and so their revenue sources, especially if they're restricted revenue sources, are maybe dependent on things that are very much outside of our control. And so we have a major increase in internal service funds because we're throwing a little bit more money towards some of those, we've got some anticipated things coming up, but it's a very small fund, so a little bit of money goes a long way. We have a major decrease in our special revenue and capital project funds. I would say and I want to point out a typo, I apologize. In 2007-18, we did not get $150 million. I wish we did, but we didn't. It was $14.7 million. There's an extra zero there. So that, in 2017 and 2018, that special revenue fund was inflated because we were receiving the contribution from the county, their $6 million contribution towards the library in the first year, and then the $6 million loan revenue in the second year. We're no longer receiving funds for the library, and so we're stabilized back at about $6 million. And then the other two funds are pretty stable throughout the year. And then when you look at expenditures from these different fund groups, our enterprise funds remain pretty flat. I would say a project of note is the Ocean Colony pump station work is a big capital improvement project in our sewer maintenance or sewer capital fund. And then the maintenance fund is, where we're paying Mark Thomas and Sam for operations. Our special revenue and capital projects funds, there's a significant increase there because we are really ramping up spending on these capital projects that are ready to be built. So that's not something you would expect to see in the future, that kind of an increase. There might be a decrease next year in that fund as far as expenditures go. Internal service funds are pretty flat, and the debt service fund, it was actually like 1,000% increase over last year, but that's because we're making this massive one-time payment to settle the settlement bond for Beechwood, and then we're done. And when you look at the fund balance at the end of the year, what we're estimating, special revenue and capital funds, we expect to have about $16.7 million there. And I do want to point out again here that a lot of those funds are restricted. So the revenue comes in from a specific source, and it can only be spent on specific things. So unfortunately, that doesn't mean that we have $17 million that we can spend on other things. That money is often tied to very specific projects. An example would be $2.4 million of that will be the low-income housing fund or affordable housing fund. Unless, as we come forward with a plan for allocation and disbursement in the coming year, we may adjust the budget if we have some estimates of how much we're going to disperse. Internal service funds, again, a lot of that is our pension stabilization fund, protects us from future issues with pensions. And rather than give that money to CalPERS now, we hold it, and then we only use it if we need it. Enterprise funds will be about $2 million after the major projects and the sewer fees, and debt service funds will actually be zeroed out after this year. We won't have any money sitting in that fund. And with that, we're going to talk about the CIP.
I'm going to shift this over. Questions on the general fund first? Okay. All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jennifer, and I'm extremely pleased to be back tonight to present the Capital Improvement Program. So tonight, my intention is to keep this a pretty high-level overview. You all had a capital improvement study session earlier in May where you approved the project list for fiscal year 2019-20, so I don't want to rehash what you've already done. But what I am going to do is just, at a very high level, explain what the capital improvement program is for and what that program looks like for the upcoming year. Oops. Okay, so purpose, and this is taken out of the capital improvement program itself, but the purpose of the 5-year CIP is to project out potential capital improvements that the city might need. It's intended to be a prioritization tool and also a potential budgetary tool to show folks what type of expenditures we might expect in the upcoming years. For the purposes of tonight, I'll be focusing on the fiscal year 19-20 expenditures and what that program looks like. Is it not? There's like a delay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm adjusting to this clicker. So, similar to the operating budget, the CIP does have its own timeline. It starts off on March 26th with the City Council Strategic Planning and Priority Setting Retreat. You then had your study session specifically on the CIP on May 7th, where you approved that capital project list, which was then taken to the Planning Commission, and they found that the recommended CIP was consistent with the general plan. After that, the CIP was then incorporated into the operating budget, which is then being presented to you tonight and will be presented again on June 18th. And there'll be a resolution that asks you to approve the CIP in addition to approving the operating budget. Great. So as a reminder, this year, in order to prioritize the project, staff developed 5 different tiers, which included a tier 3 for the strategic priorities that the council set for fiscal year 19-20. And this was staff's effort to ensure council that we are taking into account council priorities, and we want to make sure that the needs that you all see in the community have projects that address them in the upcoming year. I'm just going to read off the top. Sorry, our screen's not updating here, but so this year's fiscal year 2019-20, the CIP overview, there are 8 categories of improvements. So stormwater, economic development, operations, parks, facilities, sewer, streets, and trails. Now, if you remember in fiscal year 2018-19, there was one additional category that we listed as unfunded. This year, we thought it would be more transparent to incorporate these unfunded projects into their respective categories and have it listed at the bottom that the project is unfunded. So if you're wondering where that section went, the projects are still there. They're now just inside of the different categories themselves. In the fiscal year 19-20, we are budgeted for 46 different programs and projects. And the reason that those words are bolded is because depending on if a improvement is categorized as a program or a project will determine how its funding is carried over in a future year. So programs are intended to be every year type of expenditures, with each year having a specific focus. So the Parks Master Plan Implementation Program, every year there will be some type of focus for that year, a different park that we want to focus on, improving barbecue pits or redoing the play structure. Smaller projects, but that every year there's some type of improvement that the city could benefit from. Funding for programs does not roll over. So whatever is budgeted for that year is for whatever improvement is intended to happen in that fiscal year. And then every year we ask for whatever money will cover what we think we'll be able to finish in that year. Projects are larger like the library, like Ocean Colony Pump Station, where we expect that project to span multiple years. And so while we do our best to request funding for what we believe we can accomplish in the upcoming year, if for whatever reason we are not able to expend the full amount in that fiscal year, that money rolls over until the completion of the project. And then if there's additional funding that for whatever reason was attributed to the project that was not spent, that then goes back to whatever fund it came from.
And you probably just went through this, but the unfunded, like the Seymour Ditch is a great one as an example, multi-years. So initially you have funding coming up in this future year, then there's 2 years of unfunded, and then there's more funding in the 4th year. Is the unfunded possibly grants that we're looking at? Is that generally how I can interpret the unfunded piece?
Generally, yes. So a lot of the unfunded, we're hoping that we'll be able to secure some type of grant funding. Specific projects sometimes will opt to put unfunded instead of saying, oh, we can pay this out of the general fund, or we can pay it out of this, this fund balance, because we think it's a good project that has a high probability of being able to secure some type of grant funding. So in that case, by putting it in the CIP and identifying a budget, we increase our chances of being able to secure funding down the line.
I would also just say, when they prepare the 5-year CIP, you as a council can actually only guarantee funding for the upcoming fiscal year. So we can be a little more ambivalent in future years because you can't commit to it either way. So.
And again, the outer years, it's more just a projection of what we see the city's needs being in the future, and those numbers will change drastically, especially for those that are further out due to inflation. We don't know what the environment is going to be in terms of bidding and the work for construction. So I can't see it down there. Okay, great. So just a little bit more breakdown, a little bit further of a dive. So we have 16 programs scheduled for the upcoming CIP. That's 4 additional programs compared to last year. One of those new programs is the annual Community Enhancement Project. Has now been turned into a program. So rather than having the $50,000 there allocated every year and having it roll over, the intention for that project was for it to be a quick win in the community, and so staff believe then it could be $50,000, let's find something to spend it on, and every year that money will be allocated. So the other 3 programs that were added are actually more specific programs that were birthed out of the sewer main program. So in the last CIP, we had a program called Sewer Main Program, and due to some additional work that staff has done in the past year, we now are able to break out that one program into 3 more specific programs that has more focused scopes, such as inflow and infiltration, manhole rehabilitation. And there's one more, which I don't remember right off the top of my head. Sorry, this was a replicated slide that I forgot to take out. So I'm going to move right on to the summary then of the 2019-20 capital budget. So in total, the total budgeted expenditures for this year is $15.5 million. This includes that $3 million transfer from the general fund. And then that chart will show you where we expect those expenditures to come from. So we have $4.4 million coming from grants. And thank you. The sewer service fund, as Matthew mentioned, there's the Ocean Colony Pump Station repair. It's about a $3.2 million project, so that sewer service fund is $3.8 million. Other fund balances as assigned include those special revenue and capital project funds that Matthew mentioned earlier, so your public facilities fund, your gas tax fund, streets and roads, so on and so forth. And then we have $30,000 that were as pending grant funding for this upcoming year, which calculates up to your $15.5 million expenditure for your CIP this year. Okay, and with that, our recommendation is to receive the presentation, which we've just done. We are now open to getting some additional direction from council, and we look forward to coming back on June 18th.
Council?
Yeah. In our council setting priorities sessions, we heard from the general public and we heard from the council that affordable housing is probably number one. When I look at this budget, these millions of dollars, our rainy day fund, our capital improvement programs, all the things that we're spending money on, $300,000 seems like nothing toward the biggest priority that we have. I don't know how to solve that problem. I can look at all of these capital improvement projects and say, God, they're wonderful. I look at our sheriff's contracts and I say, we need that. I don't know where to get more money from, but I do know that I think we've failed to address affordable housing as a priority. I also, when I look at the CIP program, there's no placeholder there for affordable housing. And my feeling is that there ought to be. When you budget something, if you can't spend it and it can't be rolled over, it's just money sitting there. But if a project can be done and you haven't budgeted it, then you're in big trouble. So I would suggest that we do something to increase the amount that we put into affordable housing, and I don't know how to do that. You guys are the experts. But to me, it's the number one priority. It is a rainy day right now for many of our residents, our neighbors. We are losing people just in droves. The woman who's my physical therapist knows of 3 families that are moving out of the area because they can't afford to stay here. And I'm not talking about the people with extremely low and low income only. I'm talking about it goes across our entire population. So I don't know how to address that, but I'm hoping that staff will take it a little bit more seriously than $300,000. That's my comment.
Okay. I have a bunch of questions. You ready? So we'll get into some of the stuff. So,
Excuse me, Adam. Before you go on, I do have one, yes, your mother, Paulette.
All right, I may have missed it because I wasn't at a number of the various budget sessions, but where is Kehoe in this CIP? Because I don't see it.
Kehoe ditch or waterway?
Yes.
Waterway? Okay, water course.
So we have it listed as a future year. Currently, it's unfunded because we expect the total expenditure to be just shy of $8 million.
And where did this, I mean, there have been many presentations and various things that suggest that it is not supposed to be as costly as that. By making it as costly as that, it just gets shoved under whatever future. Meantime, I am living next to a water course that has not been maintained in any way, shape, or form for 10 years. And it's unacceptable. And the city does not address this or do anything about it. My husband has been doing whatever he can to contain this crazy crepe ivy that is just all over into our yard and is coming from the water course, and it just clogging everything, choking everything. This is unacceptable that our drainage program does not address Kehoe Watercourse year after year after year. Unacceptable. What is the city going to do about it? Other than shove it under the carpet and put it future, future, future.
Thank you, Paulette.
All right, so there's an annual transfer of $100,000 to the Retirement Stabilization Fund that's coming in to pay for unfunded liability, correct? That's coming from the general fund. So we're grabbing general fund money, $100,000 for retirement stabilization. Okay. Is there any access to that money that ever could go back to the general fund at any given time? And that's going to be a recurring question, just so you know, as I go through a bunch of these.
Sure, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Eisen, I can take that question. So, and we can provide a little more detail when we come back on the 18th on how that fund works. But I believe it's true. It's not exactly like the rainy day fund, and it's certainly not like the operational contingency. We are receiving information or bills, for lack of a better word, from PERS about our unfunded liability. We receive estimates not only for next year, but going out 10 years in the future, and they're constantly modifying those, and there's a requirement that we make payments that chip away at our unfunded liability as they move the discount rate down from 7.5% to 7%, and that even grows our unfunded liability. So we decided not just, at some point the decision was made to not just go pay as you go, but put money aside. If we can continue to pay our liability as we go, we will do that. But to the extent challenges come up in future budget years, there's this reserve that we can tap into and use. The idea is that it's there specifically for that purpose, and if we can continue to pay as we go, yeah, the day would come where we would not need that. We would not need that fund, and we could make a similar recommendation like we would on the reserve for economic uncertainty, that maybe the time has passed and you can change your parameters on the fund. So we'll provide a little more detail on that to answer your questions on the 18th.
Okay.
And get to the bottom of that. But that was the idea, was to kind of the same idea as the rainy day fund, but as I understand it, we are using to pay down as we go, and actually doing quite successfully. There's been some options where we would even go further and set up a separate trust, and to this point, the advice I've gotten from a couple different experts is that we don't need to do that at this point.
So I guess that goes into my second question on that, which is, are we using that money to invest at least, or does it go into like a money market account, or where does it go?
Yeah,
as
and
it sits in
I'll
terms
probably
of
put
an
more
investment
detail on that
strategy?
next time. I cannot answer that question if it's actually making a better interest rate than our pooled money.
That's what I'm
But
curious.
We'll check on that. I think that potentially was the idea, and that's certainly the idea if we were to put it into a separate third-party
Otherwise,
trust,
it's wasted
that
money.
we would then potentially make more money on that investment, and that those kind of considerations were made, and I had a presentation on that just recently about the options there. So I can provide a little more detail on the 18th.
Okay. I'll leave that one for the time being. There's $50,000 to the equipment fund for technology, I assume. Not sure what technology we're talking about. There's a part of me that hopes it's for some of the technology in our current use form, since we seem to literally not go through a meeting without needing that, which is kind of getting old, I agree. So I don't know, I just wanted to throw that out there. Is it? Possibly?
It's not, but we have a separate funding source for that. So, and we plan to, as soon as the budget's done, put a lot of energy into figuring all of this out, because we're as frustrated with it as you are. So.
can donate this
Yeah.
to somebody else.
To the Smithsonian or the barn, the jail barn museum?
So the operating contingency, we have 4.7 million. We're trying to get to 5 million, more or less, right?
The operating contingency is where it needs to be. That number could fluctuate as we finalize the numbers because it's 30% of the operating budget. So we're not trying to get anywhere with that. As the budget stands right now, that number is 30%, and if the operating budget, as we finalize the numbers, if it goes down, that number would go down proportionally, and vice versa.
Fair enough. So my understanding is we have 4.7 million of it currently. Could be wrong on that, but about right? Yeah, I mean, give or take, whatever. And so, again, same question. Can we use that money for the general fund at any given time if we need to? Let's say, like, buy a piece of land all of a sudden, or whatever may happen. Or, and then, is that money being invested? Same question, because that's a considerable chunk of money that's sitting out there just wondering how it's being used.
Sure, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Eisem, two-part question. One, we would not recommend using that contingency in the example that you gave if the direction was to buy a certain land for some city purpose or for a park or something like that. As Matthew mentioned earlier in the presentation, that contingency is set aside for catastrophic reasons, a major earthquake. The Ritz-Carlton closed down tomorrow and decided that they were not going to operate here anymore. Something major that was an unexpected impact to our revenue sources and our ability to operate as a city for us to recommend tapping that contingency.
No, I understand what it's for, obviously. Like, I get the name economic uncertainty kind of gives. We're getting there to that one.
There are legal
Yes, that's what I'm
requirements,
asking.
and there's best management practices. We can have a little more information provided to you on that. I would say that we're following best management practices, and if the question was more, what are our legal requirements for that reserve, and do we have to have a 30% contingency, it's probably better than what the law requires, but we can provide a little more information on the 18th on that as well. And then on your investment question, the answer is no on that. For that type of fund, we absolutely do not have the options to invest that money in anything different than our normal pool that's with the county.
That's for the economic uncertainty?
That one as well.
Yeah, okay. Okay. And then the CIP projects, okay, we talked about that. There are CIP projects in here currently that are or kind of like listed as to be funded by grant awards. Which ones are like, if you were to point out like the top 3 like that, just so I have a sense of, okay, which ones are we really targeting for grants that are unfunded currently, what would you say they are?
So I would probably point out the Seymour Ditch erosion and coastal stabilization. I think we received some grant funding on that previously, and we did a temporary repair there, but obviously there needs to be some permanent repairs that happen in that area. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just running through the 5-year list right now. Generally speaking, anytime that something has an environmental impact, that tends to be higher ranked. So things like the restoration of the, and watershed protection of the city parcel, because we're trying to restore an area, a habitat area. This one is the old Public Works courtyard by SAM, the SAM plant, so that's up north. So that one, we have it listed as unfunded, $825,000. It's under facility improvements. So that one, we could conceivably look for a funding at some point. And again, that one, it's listed as a future year unfunded because we just don't really know when the funding will become available.
I think it's, yeah, and I think it's also important to point out that this list is something that we work closely with Townsend on. So they're constantly looking for opportunities to get grant funding for these projects. They're very aware of what's in our CIP and always looking for opportunities to find grants to serve those purposes.
No, that's why I asked the question, because it's like, obviously, you'd want to see the grants coming from those, so we have them targeted, and I can be like, okay, we got those, that's good, thank you.
Clearly, with the passage of various bond measures, there are sources of funding and focuses that various agencies have. Obviously, there's a lot on the, coming forward on sea level rise, things of that nature. We're also looking at, obviously, with other bond measures dealing with stormwater issues, green infrastructure, and things like the Kehoe, Seymour, and other things. The problem and the challenge that we have in part is that some of these actually need to be dealt with in an engineered solution or a combination of engineered solutions. And so much of the grant funds we're finding are absolutely adamantly opposed to any kind of engineered solution, that it makes it difficult for us to compete or even submit for a lot of the grant applications to come. So we're trying to balance how to meet those things. I'm glad there was a conversation about the city-owned parcels at Bev Cunha. Frankly, that is what we're seeing is a restoration project that is likely candidate for diverting some or all even of the Kehoe flows over to that property and across Cunha, and reducing at least, but potentially eliminating most of the flow through the current Kehoe drainage ditch, whatever you want to call it, water course, anything with that. So that's allows us to move forward at $160,000 into a preliminary design for that, which would put us in better position to look at grant funding. The grant funders don't like to do conceptual design. They like to fund projects, and so that would move us. So in response to Paulette, while it's not directly related to Kehoe, there is a project that is related to Kehoe. So.
John, when you say the grant funders don't like engineered solutions, you're not talking about the fact that there's engineering involved. You're talking about they want the city to come up with an engineering plan before they fund it? Is that correct?
No, the answer is they do not want any kind of armoring, any kind of retaining walls, concrete, unnatural. They want to see, even if it's not natural to begin with, it made back into some form of natural water course, which we applaud and we want to do, but but there are pieces and parcels out there and areas that just don't match this. Seymour Ditch is one of those. It was an engineered solution to begin with, a straight line running from the former point, for that drainage and running straight to the ocean. It's not going to be likely able to be created back into a natural form. Kehoe was a linear ditch created to convey water as quickly as possible along the edge of that subdivision out to the Pillarcitos Creek. It's very difficult to come in and re-engineer some of those things without significant efforts. And some of that is stabilizing the areas next to the houses. Require armoring, require some kind of gabion, some kind of structures, which basically for most of these grant funds are not fundable. They'll send you away.
Go ahead.
I just co-drafted the state's new definition for natural infrastructure. And it's going to allow combinations of engineered and natural systems.
Yay! You're my hero. Because it's really difficult. It's frustrating because it's just, and, frankly, what we're looking at is we talk about the last mile of infrastructure is always the hardest. The last 300 yards is what we get because that's really the area between where most of the problems occur in the ocean. And so it's very hard to fix these things without some engineering components to them in that last 300, 400 yards. Yay.
On the same point, talking about Marauder Road, and it does seem a little ironic that we had the Army Corps of Engineers build a break to direct water away from a harbor, but we can't do an engineering solution to now protect Marauder Road. Just catch-22 there. I was wondering, and I was seeing what you've written here about what the county is responsible for versus the city. And I see that $200,000 has been put to trying to protect the county's coastal trail bridge by the city, right? The city's portion of the work involves stabilizing the bank of the Arroyo de Enmedio, which in turn will help protect the county's coastal trail bridge, that part. So a couple of questions. We all know what happened, when those huge waves hit in a real bad storm a year ago. And you never know when this next storm of the century seems to be happening every 5 years instead of once a century. So are you feeling comfortable that $200,000 will do that trick if we get hit by another huge wave? And I think sewerage pipes are along that bridge too, right? So,
well, the bridge is a separate issue, and the county is in the process of trying to identify funding and working toward a design for reconstruction of that bridge because it is the same design, unfortunately, as our former Pilarcitos bridge that we replaced. So it's basically resting in place. So that's a big issue. Do I think that that's enough money? I think for what the county has proposed for the nail wall work and everything, it seems within the realm of reason. Do I think that's the long term and that's going to be a permanent solution? No. The forces of nature are far in excess of what any thing that engineers, humans can build there, frankly. Our push with the county has been actually to look at moving the bridge back away a block from that point because it's going to continue to be hit hard. And I hope that they look at that and consider that option because we're concerned. Maz and I met with them and we conveyed our concerns about rebuilding there. And that puts us in that position. That's our property adjacent to that. And so the county's going to be asking us to protect their bridge over and over and over.
And what about the rest of Marauder Road in terms of the coastal trail?
That's a concern. Again, it's why we met county staff in Redwood City and talked about this and said, you really, really should be looking at moving this back a block inland and dealing with the retreat and recognize that the building that there. But my feeling is that they're proceeding with going to rebuild that bridge in exactly the same spot, and they will continue to have problems and issues, and they will continue to force us toward that, which again pushes this issue of how you're going to protect the rest of the coastal trail along that area. I honestly I don't know. And it's a matter of time and effort. And if I could say, this really goes back to ultimately the Coastal Commission needing to really take a position and make a clear position known as to whether they're going to allow armoring, they're going to allow engineered solutions, or we're going to be looking at just pushing back and moving back. And that's the notice to the property owners that we're not going to protect your property anymore with public investment. And that decision's going to have to be made soon.
I 100% agree. It puts us in this really tough spot that we can only get the right funding, if it's called emergency funding, after the emergency happens, the road gets destroyed, and then costing 10x more to somehow repair that than it would have to done some of that preventative armoring. So I think it's, I appreciate your frustration because I think we all feel that.
And there are funds that become available from Office of Emergency Services to address identified issues and concerns and everything within your planning efforts. And we did submit a grant application for Seymour. We weren't successful, but we're looking at those options as well to try to get ahead of some of those things. Certainly Murata, let's for fun, Highway 1, I don't know at Surfers Beach and in that area what we're going to do with Highway 1, frankly. There's not much room to move Highway 1 from that point other than significantly inland, so this is a bigger picture issue.
No, it's tough, and I think it's helpful for, whoever's here now or whoever might read about it, that, the public understands these difficult issues around what the heck a project is versus an engineered solution. So I think the more we can try to explain those differences, not just to ourselves, but to everyone else, they'll get a understanding that we are working hard on it.
Well, and if I could say this, the Murata Road, I'm hopeful is going to be moving forward, and the fix is going to be moving forward. It was significantly delayed by a policy issue that was being debated by the Coastal Commission and Coastal Commission staff, which was about sand mitigation fees. Millions of dollars of sand mitigation fees, about what basically looking at the life cycle and lifespan of a armored wall and the implications that has on the amount of sand that's put back into the system or lost from going into the system, and paying a mitigation fee. And this was around and around, and that $600,000-$800,000 project was escalating up into the multi-millions of dollars for sand mitigation fees, and that's why it stopped and didn't move forward. So the community is wondering, why isn't this being fixed and why isn't this happening and dealing with it? Well, our Coastal Commission staff are doing a great job. The Coastal Commission is dealing with major issues and big things, but these are huge policy issues that they're going to have to land on, and they appear to have moved away from the sand mitigation fee, and I think we'll be able to move forward and actually at least do some of those fixes. But that's some of the challenges that people don't understand why there's this delay, and it's, there's some significant policy issues that need to be resolved down the line.
Well, I appreciate you providing the history and the context of it so we can all get a sense of the funding issues. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I think a clarification is in order before we leave the Kehoe Watercourse project. So if I want to make sure we get this right. So John stepped up and indicated there is a project in there, and it's actually to relocate the watercourse, and is a very expensive project. I'm not sure if that's the same project that Jennifer was referring to. She made the comment that the project is shown as unfunded, but then John made a comment that there is funding shown for fiscal year 1920 to start a project to look at a concept for that. So I think we just need staff to clarify, is there money budgeted for that project to get a concept plan going for next year? Because I think it's very important. Ms. Eisen made comments about it, so we should acknowledge whether, is there money in 1920 for that project or not?
If you're looking at page 17 of the CIP, Project 622 is titled Restoration and Watershed Protection of City Parcel. Probably not the greatest name in the world, but
that is the relocation of the Kehoe Watercourse. Okay.
That is working on the preliminary restoration plan for the city-owned parcel and parcels that basically lead along the south side of Cunha Country Road, which would and will look at feeding potentially the redirection of Kehoe flows into that area.
And you meant, I think you said 160,000. Is that the correct number?
Right now, it includes 160,000. We have identified at least $800,000 of total project cost, and that was I would say is a wild guess at this point, and it really will depend on how much and what the preliminary plan looks like and works through.
Just building on, I think that's great. I think that's a good plan. I think it needs to be, there in the plan and this year. But I think Paulette raised the issue of maintenance of the channel as well, that it's overgrown, that it hasn't been, maintained in some time. And I know there are issues around permitting and all that. But I thought I did see something in the CIP that called for permitting maintenance of our water courses, something that was sort of general like that.
Yep. There's funding in there's funding in the operations budget to continue to maintain those ditches and waterways that are within our existing permit. We requested some additional funding in there to start to evaluate, looking at things, including Kehoe, as well as Roosevelt, for example, is also not on our list, and to start to look at those. The challenges we have is those will require significant environmental review, CDPs, coastal development permits, as well as streambed alteration permits and agreements from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so that's a big issue, but there is funding to start some of that work and looking at it. I would say this as well, a number of us, including Bob, met with the state parks recently, and one of our conversation pieces there was some of the areas of concern, Roosevelt Ditch and the out point there, also the Pullman and the issues there. If you look at their parking lot and issues with the outfall from Pullman Ditch is a great problem and shared problem between state parks and the city. Kehoe Ditch is one of those as well, that the study from Schaff and Wheeler basically said your biggest problem is down at the end of the line, meaning at the equestrian area, and the water not reaching the Pilarcitos Creek. So part of our issue and conversation is trying to meet with those other property owners and other funding sources, or at least other partners in grant applications for properties we don't control, to make the right decisions and work our way back from that point, from the bottom of the drainage, and not start in the middle of the drainage to fix it. And this is the challenge also with the Kehoe.
Certainly any sort of joint permitting that we could do, I think would be great.
Yep.
State Park certainly has an interest. I don't know if there's anybody else, but.
I move to extend this meeting 15 minutes. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Go ahead.
So speaking of joint agencies for that one, you'd think that Kehoe also flows into SAM and the possibility, just in terms of keeping everything. It's a major investment of many municipalities.
Yeah. So I want to say that I do support Councilmember Penrose's, request for more funding for our affordable housing fund. Even if we doubled that 300 amount, that's still, kind of, I wouldn't call it piddling, but it's, it's not a lot. But I think we need to look at ways to augment that. I do think, I really appreciated the city manager's sort of explanation and contextualizing the sheriff's contract. And I'm glad that we can ask for more enforcement as we need it. But I think what, the residents are asking for, and not just these residents, but residents in other areas who have various complaints about public nuisances, is something that's a little more formal, some sort of, something in the contract that actually talks about what will be done, as opposed to just an informal thing, call up the sheriff, can you do an extra check this weekend? Is there some more formal process for agreeing on service levels for certain things. And I do think that monitoring the beach areas is something that is important and that needs some, definition as opposed to just, we're not going to nickel and dime us, that's great, but something that's a little more formal than just, phone call or email. Something that sets expectations, I think, in certain areas. In particular, the issue of beach nuisances, I would think, what their role might be.
Okay. Yeah, and we could throw that on the website.
Yeah.
So it's like, here's what the plan is, here's how people are supposed to react, and then everybody knows exactly what to expect.
Yeah, I don't know if the
Point
sheriff's
taken.
open to
I'll
that,
have
but-
some conversations with Sal between now and the 18th and see what we can come up with on that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's even possible, but I think we need to look at that. So people have some assurance that, it's on the work plan, at least certain times of year, certain nights of the week or something. I know we can't deal effectively with the fireworks around the 4th of July and for the succeeding 3 or 4 months, because as soon as they're blown off, the people hide, the police come, nobody's there. I get that one, but the parties at the beach is something I think that's fairly predictable. So, other than that, I think it's a pretty good budget, and I really appreciate all the staff work around it and explaining it and keeping us balanced. And it's clear that, going forward, we're going to come up against a wall with a potential economic downturn, but I think we're planning for that. That makes me feel good. So I don't have much else to add to that.
When we were talking about quick wins, I was thinking, most people notice all the potholes on their street or like to complain about that. I have found, including my neighbors. So maybe if we could just give people a sense, our public, just how we prioritize those, how they're scheduled. I remember there was one thing about some site we had where people can take a picture, and remember that? So I don't know if we're really being responsive to something that is a quick win, that we can tell folks, maybe we decide to put another 100,000, which will pay for X number of potholes. This is how we do it. It's just something that people visibly notice every time they drive around their neighborhoods, and it would be nice to respond to that. The affordable housing, now that we have affordable housing specialist, which is great, so we have an extra resource. And we have a lot of agencies out there that have a lot of data on how much these projects cost and how they funded it, whether there was city land donated, which in our case, is not a lot of that, and that's a big cost. And when I went on the affordable housing tour last month, it was interesting to find out that the average cost per unit, is probably getting close to $500,000. So even if we built, let's say, 20 units, and then again, who are those units for? Is it for teachers? Is it for low income? Is it mixed? But the cost, even for just 20 units, would be around $10 million. So I think if we can just start seeing at least some templates, of what we're going to need, how much grant money we're going to need, how much bank loans, how much we would want to put in ourselves, how much does a bank provide depending on how much we put in. I think if we could just get a better understanding about what we're looking at, because we get folks who come in here and say, hey, we need the housing now. But even under the best of circumstances, would we actually have anything available in less than 2 years in terms of construction, getting the loans, et cetera? Those are the kind of just realistic things we should be, letting our constituents know, and then giving us a sense of maybe we need to put a little more money here, plan for that, if we want a better bank loan, et cetera. But there's enough cities around us that have done a lot of projects that I think we can, now that we have a designated resource, can start benchmarking a bit and getting a little more specific about what we're going to need to do.
Yeah, we have to be careful about how we allocation of funds, right? We got the sewer, the enterprise funds. The operation costs have exceeded the revenues, right? Or at least that's what it says in the report. And the maintenance, and there's can be continued cost in there. I even saw in the report that we were talking about the possibility, or at least of looking at entertaining the possibility of looking at the rate structure for our sewer system, you know, and possibly increasing those rates. So it's like, you know, if we take 300 extra thousand and we put it somewhere else, we're going to get hit in another area. That's going to make people have to pay higher costs for the sewers, because we have $4 million of sewer projects coming in 2019, 2020. That's the biggest amount we've done in, I don't even know, it's a huge amount of money, and we need it. You know, and so it's like, there is the whole competition for resources, right? So I just want to be very, very clear about what we're doing, because it's hard for me to support putting money into affordable housing when then I'm going to be turning around saying, well, now we're charging you more for your sewer systems, you know, because we need affordable housing in the town. I don't know how people are going to be able to afford that.
I have no problem with that. I have no problem with it. It's a priority. And people are suffering because they don't have it. People who have to pay a little bit more for their sewer, it's not breaking my heart. Not in the same way. I'm sorry. I don't see them as equal issues. And I understand we have limited resources, but I also understand that we are starting a fund for a rainy day. And that's $3-point-some million, and that's a lot of money to be putting aside if and when a recession comes. And we're all saying, yes, a recession is coming. I get that. But these people are hurting now. And my point is that that's a priority that the city council came up with. And I think we have to make it a priority in our budget and in our CIP, both.
I agree with Councilmember Penrose. It is extremely important. It is, as we identified, the top priority. I also agree with Councilmember Brownstone. We have $2.4 million in our affordable housing fund. That is peanuts. We have to figure out a way to make that $20 million so that we can subsidize affordable housing for the people who need it in this community. Now, how do you get $20 million? Well, if I had a simple answer, I'd tell you, I don't know. But I know that the strategic plan says that we should start exploring a community land trust. There are a lot of rich people on the coast, and if we can tap into their sense of community responsibility and work with them and their employers, we may be able to get that $20 million. We got that for the library. The library is a good thing, but nobody is become homeless because of the library not being built or being built. So I agree it's extremely important, and we have to work toward that direction. And along with Councilmember Ruddock, I agree that the existing budget is reasonable. It doesn't include the $20 million for an affordable housing subsidy because right now we don't have it. There's no simple way. But that doesn't mean that we can't figure out some creative solution to actually build some affordable housing. And I hear, well, maybe in 2 years. If we started tomorrow, it's going to be 5 years before an affordable housing project is available for occupancy. But let's start now. Let's start figuring out with our new hired housing expert what to do in order to actually get some affordable housing built in the city. That's where I'm coming from.
Well, maybe we need to put a little more funding into it. Is that expert, that's a part-time position or is it full-time? It is part-time, right? So do we, at the front end, put more money into getting that as a full-time resource and extra money for grant writing? In other words, to find this million, this $20 million bucks, you're right, it's not going to come down out of the sky by magic. So maybe staff can help us figure out if they feel we have the right amount of resource right now. Because there is some good, there's target-rich funding. That's all you read about in the papers, about all the money for affordable housing. And do we have the right resources, to get it, and the right folks? And do we need a little extra help at the front end now and get that funded in order to get the real funding that we need? So that's a question maybe we need to consider.
Mr. Mayor, if I can respond to a couple things I've heard. Actually, if I can start with an easier one first before I respond to the housing. Councilmember Brownstone also raised a question about our paving program, so if I could respond to that one first. We do have a paving program. If Public Works were to bring that back and do a presentation that answers some of the questions you just posed, I think that would be a separate item. I don't see that as coming back as part of the budget item on July 18th. We do have a program. It's not whoever calls first and their pothole goes to the front of the line. We do have a systematic way that we use our paving dollars in the most effective way possible. Again, we have limited resources for paving streets. Primarily the sources we use are non-general fund sources. They're gas tax funds and the augmentation to the gas tax that the city received recently. So we can certainly come back and make a short presentation on how that's done, how the character of the streets are measured, so we can determine what's the best way to treat them, so that we're not spending good money after bad, and we're fixing the right potholes, we're removing and replacing the right streets, we're doing overlays in the right place. They have a system for doing that, and they prioritize, and then they go out and do the work accordingly. So that can be a future presentation. It sounds like you're getting constituents who ask about that, so you want to have a good answer for that, but it is systematic.
Or even if we just put it online so we can direct people to it
Sure.
more, that'd be great.
On the housing discussion, it sounds like the council's in part having a conversation about the amount of money, and that's a fair conversation to have. Staff made a proposal and a recommendation for adding $300,000 from the general fund to the 2.1 we have, and I heard some comments about, is that the right amount and should we make that more? So that's a fair conversation to have, and we'll take that direction accordingly. In terms of the other part of the conversation, the frustration about once we have the money, are we just throwing money at it, but we haven't figured out how to effectively spend it? And I would agree that that's part of the problem and challenge. But the worst thing would want to do is spend it too fast and spend it ineffectively. Let's do it right and make sure we spend it as effectively as possible. So in Council Members Brownstone's simple example, if it's $500,000 a house, we could take our $2.4 million and get 4.9 units, right? That probably is not the most effective way to use the money. Basically, going into the housing business ourselves, not leveraging any dollars, using land that's already owned, so there's a subsidy there, and getting 4.5 units for your money. The idea, of course, is to leverage money. So yeah, as the mayor says, doesn't know where the $20 million comes from. Are there philanthropers out there that would give it? Are there grants? Are there other, all the deals we see in other cities, in bigger cities, are generally large-scale partnerships, complex deals that are a multitude of funds. And so we definitely know that from experience that 2.4 or 7 or whatever the council decides is the right number for now doesn't go that far, and we want to make it go as far as possible to leverage other dollars. And so our commitment is to move next year and move to do that. I can't say we will have spent that $2.4 million in next fiscal year. We've heard the comments that it's hard, but we don't intend to just leave that money in our bank, and be before you a year from now without a plan on how we should spend it. We're hearing loud and clear, the money's there, let's figure out how to spend it, and let's start moving forward. And whether it's 1 project, 5 projects. That's our job, to try to come back with you and figure out a plan that leverages as much dollars as possible so we get the most bang for the buck. In terms of, we have a consultant now, do we need more? I would argue no on that. I think we got a good person, we got a good contract. Let's see what we can do first. And so, since there's challenges for us to spend the 2.4 and do it as effectively as possible, if arbitrarily you said, well, let's throw another 2.5 at that, that doesn't mean we would spend the money any more effectively or any faster. We definitely need to prove that the city can successfully partner and leverage and do an affordable housing project with others. And if that's more than $2.4 million, then we might be coming back and having that discussion. But we need to really prove that we can use the money that we have, and I'd like to commit that we're going to do that this fiscal year. So again, the discussion about the exact amount, we made our recommendation. Happy to hear what you have, and I'm really happy to hear that it's really clear that it is a balloon. Councilmember Eisen did put it quite correctly, that it is choices. We spend money on something, and you can call it sewer, you can call it something else. It is a decision, it is an opportunity cost, because we have way more projects than we can do. So you just have to keep that in mind. The dots don't always directly connect between more on housing means less on sewer. Of course, it's different funds, and as Matthew said, some are restricted and some are not the general fund. But that's what does make it the tough choice. Housing's number one, but in that decision, then we're doing something else. So that's what I have on the housing question. That doesn't necessarily solve the dilemma that I hear up there, but I think you can find the right number, and we did our best to kind of make a balanced recommendation. 300,000 is a number that we felt was good in terms of a match to what the 2.1 we had, and also do the other things that we wanted to bring before you. That's where it came from.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody, so we do have an inclusionary below market rate ordinance, and we've had it for 25 years, actually. So there might be a possibility that we have a combination, market rate and below market rate development that has a percentage of units below market rate, but then we have density bonuses. And we actually approved a couple of small subdivisions in the downtown area that were subject to the inclusionary housing ordinance. It's just that once people had their entitlements, they just wanted to flip the property and, take the ROI off the entitlement process and not worry about the headaches of building, so that's a problem. So maybe we have to look at that problem too. What, convinces people that it's worthwhile and they can make a return on actually building something. At least out of a market rate project under our inclusionary housing ordinance, we do get some affordable units. And we've made those decisions, and we still don't have anything. So it's actually, I agree with the city manager, I think he's correctly characterized this as something that's very complex, both in funding and in just market conditions and issues of return on investment. I mean, it's really complicated. And so these are big deals with multiple parties. And at least right now, we have a housing specialist with lots of, experience, with the county doing this. So I think our city manager's advice is good.
I absolutely agree. I don't have any problem with that at all. I do, however, want to say that it's important that we keep reminding ourselves that what it takes to do something exceptional is the will to do it. And if we all have the will to do it, we'll get it done. And I don't think we're looking at 5 years. If you decide you want to do something in 2 years, you could probably do it in 2 years. If you decide 1 year, maybe you couldn't. But having the will is the critical thing, and I want to keep reminding us of how important it is. That's all. And thank God we've got Mr. Lowell and bless staff for hiring him. I think that's the best decision we've made all year. So I'm really, really happy that we're starting on the right path.
And I agree with you, the political will is so important. We just saw the failure of political will with all these housing bills in Sacramento going down again, the second year in a row, And that just means it's not going to get any easier next year, nothing's going to happen, and it's really sad.
I would suggest a motion to extend time if you're continuing to conduct business.
Do we need to?
No,
Okay.
no.
Let's do this.
For all you Yiddish speakers out there, Alavai.
Well, let's,
Yes? What? Let's what?
I think we have to make a motion on this, possibly. I'm not sure.
No motion. It was just, there's no motion required.
I think staff's gotten your direction, and we'll be preparing the new books for you and get those to you in advance of the June 18th meeting. And again, our goal is that that book reflects what we've heard tonight and all along, and reflects what we hope to be the final budget, and we can adopt it and move forward. So, thank you.